Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Dreaming about me?
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊரட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Porter and Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும். லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் மேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல திக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான். ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்.
Red Bull gives you wings. Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இன்னாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊடட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Porter Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இன்னாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும். உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல பிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான் ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகள் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீறி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, warriors of the battleground, welcome to the final showdown. Welcome to day 3 of CEGC 2025 BGMI Grand Finale. I'm Samina, as always, super excited to be here and to welcome you all to the ultimate battleground. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 2 days, we witnessed rivalries, strategies, chaos, class, and pure masterclass game plans. And it all boils down to this day. On this day, there is no backseas, no room for error, and no second chances. And with the boost stamina points ready, active, and kicking in, anything can happen. The leaderboard can completely flip. The top can drop and the bottom can bounce. As I said, anything can happen today. But one thing is for sure, by the end of today, ladies and gentlemen, we will have 1 out of the 16 of the best teams etch their names in CEGC 2025's history. And I'm going to take this moment on behalf of the entire CEGC family and team to thank everyone, those who are watching us remotely, those who join us every day at the stadium here, our players, our participants. Everyone, thank you all for your support, your contribution, and your participation. Thank you for making the inaugural season of CEGC a grand success. We'd also like to thank the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, the Government of Tamil Nadu, and of course the powerhouse team at Chennai Esports. This entire event is powered by Boost Protein, co-powered by AMD, our Mahindra mobility partner. Our event is also sponsored by Production Lab, WD Black, powered by SanDisk, and Red Bull, official display partner Zoe, and ticketing partner Kin. Thank you all to all our sponsors for making this event, this revolution, a grand success. With that, ladies and gentlemen, our winners today don't just get to enjoy a yummy chicken dinner, they also take home that stunning massive trophy and the championship title. Along with that comes a prize pool worth 50,000 US dollars, and this is how the rewards stack up. We will have one tournament MVP who will take home 1,000 US dollars. The second runner-up will take home 4,000 US dollars. The first runner-up will get 15,000 USDs, and of course, finally, the champion, the ultimate champion, will take home 30,000 US dollars. So much at stake today. And I think it's now time to turn this stage into the ultimate battleground. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together and welcome our 16 teams. At number 16, we have team IQOO TAMILAS. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? Currently at number 16, IQOO Team TAMILAS. But you know, we have the boost stamina points kicking in. Anything can happen. Wishing the team all the very best. All right, at number 15, can we all put hands together and welcome K9 Esports. What you're looking at are the 16 of the best teams from across India. So please make sure you put your hands together and celebrate them as they come on stage. And up next at 14, we have Team Cincinnati Kids. Let's hear it for Cincinnati Kids. Wishing them all the very best. At number 13, we have AUTOBOTZ Esports. At number 12, we have IQOO 8-bit. Ahead of IQOO 8-bit at number 11, we have BLITZ Esports. Good luck, boys. And at number 10, we have Team Versatile. Good luck, boys. At number 9, we have VASISTA Esports. Good luck, guys. And at number 8, we have FS Esports. And at number 7, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome ONEPLUS God's Reign. At number 6, we have Team IQOO REVENANT XSPARK. And at number 5, we have a home team, WELT Esports. Great to see our home team in the top 5. And at number 4, ladies and gentlemen, we have NONX Esports. Time to welcome our top 3. At number 3, ladies and gentlemen, we have victorious SUMUS. Good luck to you. And at number 2 position, we have INFINIX True Rippers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome the team that has occupied the numero uno position. Can we put hands together? And welcome IQOOSOUL on stage. With a total of 129 points, they're currently at the top of the leaderboard. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we all together put our hands together for all of the 16 teams today? Come on, everybody together. Kai tattal, come on. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Now, the 16 teams may have had the pleasure and the privilege of standing right next to the trophy, but only one team is going to have the privilege of taking it home. For now, it's time to get this party started. I'm going to hand it over to the casters. Over to you, boys.
Welcome to the grand finale. Welcome to now having a challenge that every team have to face is the smash rule coming into play. At a total of 139 points, who gets there first? Who has an opportunity of reaching that threshold and getting themselves a chicken dinner to become the champion? Welcome to CEGC 2025. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is Arka, and we are here for one last finale action. Arka, how do you feel about this?
Oh, I'm super excited, to be frank, Lucifer, because I know that now there's a number for everybody to reach. Now there's a chance for everybody to walk away with the championship. I do understand that IQOOSOUL have put themselves with a long distance between themselves and the team below them, right? But they've set the bar, and that means there's a chance that they're also going to get targeted, because we have seen that True Rippers are there. We have seen that WELT is there. We have seen that NONX is there. And let's not forget, Victoria SUMUS, they've also made it into the top as well. So a lot of teams can actually target IQOOSOUL. And in case they walk away with a performance like how they had in the final 2 games of yesterday, today we can find a new champions for ourselves.
We could. That is true. There could be a change. But again, that buffer, right, IQOOSOUL have created for themselves. And now that there is an additional threshold that's been added because of the smash rule, the boost stamina points. And for people who are wondering on the stream and who might have joined on the last final day to see if your favorite team soul lifts the trophy or is it going to be somebody else, these boost stamina points are based on the smash rule. So basically, at the end of day 2, whichever team was on the top, that total points plus an additional 10 boost stamina points is the threshold for smash rule, is the threshold for the championship criteria. And any team who get to 139 with a total of 129 plus 10 added will activate their smash rule, and if they get a chicken dinner in the next ongoing game itself, they become the champions of CEGC 2025 in its first edition itself. Imagine if that goes in favor of Seoul, and in case it doesn't as well, it is going to be an amazing tournament, hands down, Arka.
Yeah, it's going to be a historic moment for sure. But again, as I said, it's going to be like which team is going to be targeting whom. Because if you see in one way, IQOOSOUL, all they have to do is make sure the team at the second position doesn't get that chicken dinner. So they'll look forward to, somehow target them or restrict them in their tracks and try to take those fights in case they find somebody knocked out on the opposite side and they get to know, okay, this is the team out there. They're going to immediately rush and finish them off. So there are a lot of possibilities, but that doesn't mean the teams in the middle fray are not in the competition. Because when we see the overall standing, we still see that there are teams like REVENANT, XSPARK. We have seen like God's Reign. All these teams have got around 80 to 70 points, right? But before we get into the overall standings, let's look at the points table of this game. How the teams are able to put up points on the table so far. The chicken dinner team walks away with 10 points.
Now, we've been talking about these chicken dinners, which is going to be very crucial today especially, and especially along with that 139 smash rule active. Now, do the top team get it or somebody else? And I hope and I want to right now, Arka, because yes, we have 6 games, not more extending. As we said, a total of 18 matches, 12 have already been completed, 6 more today to go for. And in those 6 games, if somebody is able to topple the table topper, it could be an opportunity to get themselves the championship. And what do they get is a prize share of 50 lakhs, and that is sitting at 21.5, meaning 21 lakhs 50,000 for the winning team, the champion team, along with the trophy, all the bragging rights of the first ever government-backed global esports IP.
Absolutely. Now look at that, the champion team walking away with the biggest chunk, right? And most of these players are also eyeing for another, I would say, a chunk of this overall prize pool, that is going to be the MVP, 50,000 rupees. And we have seen that there are several teams who are eyeing for it. One eventually is going to be Goblin from IQOOSOUL, and then we have got Hydro from True Rippers, and there are more if you have to look in a certain way.
As of now, I think there could have been Cincinnati Kids Flock, but their position in the overall standings not that great. But we'll look at it, but there's IGL as well. This is something that we spoke about, and I think from day one I've been talking about this, the IGL versus MVP battle happening on REVENANT XSPARK's I would say backpack. It's been Punk himself acting as the IGL and the MVP. But let's come back into the Smash Rule format. We were talking about this, a lot of you, in case you're still wondering, the boost stamina points. The boost stamina points, they indicate 10 total points which will be added to the overall standings topper team. And at the end of day 2, who it was IQOOSOUL, who had a total of 129 points. So the additional 10, again I'm letting you all know, is at 139, which is the criteria to reach your Smash Rule or the championship. And then if you get a chicken dinner, you make your move. And that's the second point, match point eligibility. Any team reaches or exceeds the match point target becomes match point eligible, meaning for the chicken dinner in the next consecutive game. Now, who does it? We have to wait and watch for it. It might become an instant winner chicken dinner looking at how the games have gone, or maybe it might go to the end without any Smash victory at all.
Yeah, without a Smash victory, what happens? The overall standing is still going to be considered, and the team at the top of the overall standing is going to walk away with the championships, right? So we have got 6 games today. And I'm hoping to see all 6 games to be played, because I don't want anybody to walk away with the champion with just the second or the third one. There should be some masala. There should be opportunities for the teams. There should be opportunity for the teams at the bottom, because any team, let me just give you a smaller picture, right? If you got 8-bit as of now, we've got 60 points on the table. They get a double chicken dinner game. They reach the 100 points. And that's just one step away from activating themselves at Smash Rule.
Now, if they do it, it's going to be great. Let's talk about the other teams who could maybe make a mark over there. One could have been VASISTA Esports, but yesterday's run in their direction, not something that I expected. But NONX, maybe they could, Arka, especially them sitting at the #4 spot with a total of 89 points. Now that's an opportunity, and we did see how NONX are playing since yesterday. And this is a team from the very start in the semi-finals I've been talking about. They play in the shadows. They only act when it matters. And today is a day where it all matters.
All right, what's going to matter is which among these teams will kind of incline towards getting those chicken dinners, because I do see that the teams who get the highest number of chicken dinners are also going to walk away with the prize pool of 50,000 rupees. So I believe that those teams in the bottom will now concentrate on at least having themselves 50,000 rupees and that crown and the feather over their crown that, yes, we had the maximum chicken dinners in this given tournament.
On one end, we've been already talking about the team who so far have the highest number of chicken dinners. It has been IQOOSOUL, with majority of the points, the MVP, all going in their favor. Let's see if something's going to change as we move into the squad rosters itself, where we kind of talk about couple of players who've been very crucial. I think somewhere where Flock has been jumping towards the MVP on Cincinnati Kids, Veron's performance is kind of taken a toss. It's not at the performance that we know for, and I think that could also kind of ripple against Cincinnati Kids, Arka.
Yeah, very much so. But AUTOBOTZ as well, Lobster, the team was very much dependent on the performance of Lobster, and especially Ari was in the MVP run. If you remember, in the semi-finals, we did see him perform well, especially in the last chance qualifiers. The way they dominated the lobby, I was expecting them to do much more better, but it seems like they're having a bit of a tough run.
A lot of teams right is now trying to change their fate in terms of the tough run. Could be K9 as well, because Omega, we saw yesterday, had a different approach in terms of how he was playing. They're still not at the table top, but I think somewhere they're still not consistent enough to figure out whether it has to be all the time JD Gaming or Slug. But maybe down the line after this tournament they figure things out. But when you talk about the next set of 4 teams that we have, NONX, I think we kind of put a lot of limelight on Knight from semi-finals in his initial days of performance of day 1. But from yesterday, Viper has taken away that load from Knight, because of which it feels like NONX is able to perform even more smoothly and seamlessly.
Yeah, absolutely. VASISTA Esports on the other side, after the addition of Sim, was looking much more promising. And let's not forget that they were the defending champions for Sky Championship the previous year. So I was expecting them to at least get a bit serious after the end of day 1. We did see them in the podium of this overall standing. And after that, they tumbled down, and now they land at the 9th position. Do they have it in them to make a comeback of a lifetime?
Not too sure, but on one end, God's reign, the way they ended with the highest number of finishes in the semi-finals, we expected the same kind of a play, but it seems like the old zone and the new zone has caused a little bit of a toss for Neo, where I think IQOOSOUL have stabilized it. While Neo is trying to still figure out what's the best approach, where IQOOSOUL have said like legit, he did the gist of heavy lifting during the old zone meta, but now Nakul back at the helm of that seat feels like they are feeling very good with this new meta as well, and having these two kind of certain times contradicts within the team if you have two IGLs, but somehow IQOOSOUL have made it smoothen things out and it's working out.
Yeah, absolutely. IQOOSOUL, they're looking unstoppable with Ayogi leading them as a coach, making sure that he makes all those small mistakes right. I have got nothing to say much about them. But when we come to this space, this is where things are turning out to be interesting. Because at one corner, I see that SUMUS and WELT are pushing themselves hard to make sure that they reach that smash rule and get the chicken dinner to get themselves the championship. But a bit of a disappointment comes from one of the fan favorite teams of this lobby, and that is going to be Team TAMILAS.
Yeah, I think out of all the other teams, yes, we spoke about WELT, we spoke about AUTOBOTZ. I think a lot more in terms of feeling with one, right? I think Team TAMILAS is a synonym that comes from Tamil Nadu, from Chennai for a long time now. And I think this has been the 2025 era for them, not at all something that they would want to replicate. And I thought, looking at their LCQ performance, it is going to change big time in the grand finals, but so far that's not at all happened. Dragon and Rico individually had a little bit of spurs, but it was not enough to get towards the top 8. And when we talk about the top 8, the overall standings, as you can see already, at a big difference of 30 points. And that 30 points is not only exact 30, it is at 38 points. Again, a map and a half, I would say, or maybe even 2 chicken dinners away is INFINIX True Rippers. But this is where I say they have a chance still. It's not like it's away from them. It's about denying Seoul. And Seoul have had maps where they barely only got finishes and just were swept out. They did not get any placement points, and they need to make sure every team together to stop and stall Seoul. They have to play from the very first game and deny any kind of points for them, because they're closest with only 10 points away to the smash rule.
I somewhere feel REVENANT XSPARK are going to be a very different team today, because the confidence they were carrying yesterday, the kind of comebacks they were making, the kind of clutches they were able to pull off, I feel that Punk is going to make sure that he leaves a mark in this tournament. At the end of today, I strongly feel that, REVENANT XSPARK might write stories for which team is going to walk away with that championship. Nevertheless, we have seen True Rippers, their consistency has always paid off, their perseverance has always paid off, and today they are the next best team and the next fan favorite team to make sure that they lift the trophy.
As you said, next best team. SUMUS could have been there. They were at the end of the day one at #2 along with Seoul. And it seemed like always the gap that he had closed, he could keep that ongoing. But somewhere on day 2's performance, while other teams started rising up in ranks, SUMUS had a fall. Their team game kind of faltered here and there. They were still amongst the top ranks, as we can see, but can they do something? We'll wait and watch. But another team whose name has fallen from the top 8 and some other teams have risen is going to be VASISTA Esports, and this is a very big and a drastic faller, Ka.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they've got 50 eliminations or 50 finishes in comparison to the other teams, which is kind of less when you see the kind of firepower they carry. Scary Jot, he himself was an MVP. Simp is there, who's always here to prove himself. And Hector himself has been a decent assaulter in the recent past. So I was expecting them to be a bit more aggressive, and that lack of position points as well. So far, they've got 1 chicken dinner, and after which we have not seen them do much in the lobby.
Let's see if they can do something today, maybe magic. But BLITZ, they did start some amount of magic, if you would want to say, because their finishes have risen up, as you can see, at 48. Their placement still lacking behind. But who knows, they changed something today. But along with them, we did see 8-bit, AUTOBOTZ, CINCINNATI, K9 and Team TAMILAS. I'm not too sure what storyline strikes today, because these 6 games will depict whether the top team already at the top will be the champion, or is it going to be somebody else. I think these teams towards the top bottom could actually cause a lot of trouble, and if they do, I think this is going to be a lot more interesting as we see who could become the champion. In the schedule, it's going to be same as you've been seeing in the past 2 days. No change, even though the smash rule is active, the maps remain the same. It starts with RONDO, we move move over to ERANGEL, Miramar, ERANGEL, Miramar, and to end the day, the last and the third ERANGEL that will be played in the grand finals if we go the distance, Arka.
Yeah.
But I feel if teams let Rondo go in favor for IQOOSOUL, they managed to grab more than 10 points. ERANGEL, yesterday's history where IQOOSOUL were able to grab chicken dinners, could become a reality today.
Now look at the difference out here. I know that Nakul right now is the IGL, but still the kind of contribution is given for his team. 1.49 FD ratio, finish death ratio, shows that yes, his team is completely packed. But we look on the other side of this presentation that we have got Hydro, who's got 100 finishes. Yesterday we did congratulate Goblin for being one of the first individuals to achieve 100 finish game in a LAN event, and probably Hydro is also going to be joining his spree as well. But what's even more interesting is how he's got the 2.08 FD ratio per game. If you have an individual who gives you a minimum 2 points every time he gets into a lobby, that's more than enough for an IGL to look forward for a championship.
But here's the thing, Arka, when I kind of see these kind of stats, yes, amazing, right? It's like the star-studded things that you would want around your roster. But when I see this, and I think that this kind of did happen, what I'm about to say is you get exhausted. You start pulling out all the guns, shooting everybody down, get those finishes. But by the end, when we ended up seeing True Rippers, it had to be Harsh, it had to be Kyo, it had to be Jelly, where Hydro had almost lost all the gas in the cylinder. And I think that will happen if a lot more weightage is put on any players individually who are in the MVP rankings currently.
I mean, I still feel that, when an IGL gets to know that one of his assaulters are completely informed, like how you have Goblin from IQOOSOUL or Hydro from that of True Rippers, they tend to push them a bit more so that they can build on that confidence, so that they can be a much more consistent. And that's why whenever you see the finish feed coming in from Soul or True Rippers, it's just that one individual in every game getting around 6 to 7 finishes in minimum. So I strongly feel that the burden you're speaking about might weigh on them if this goes on to be, for a really long time. Like, let it be like 3 to 4 tournaments. If they continue to have the same kind of a responsibility, then the burden might come up. But since it's a 3-day tournament, I believe both these assaulters are going to enjoy being more ruthless in the lobby.
Let's see if that's going to be the case as we are getting up for the first game, Rondo, to decide where this thing of day 3 starts off on. Is it going to be right at the smash rule, or is it going to take a little bit more time before the other teams start catching up to the pace of IQOOSOUL? INFINIX, True Rippers, the top contenders at #2. Jelly and Co deciding what they need to do, but they're also happy. And I think that's the spot. Yesterday you also mentioned, right? It seems like the mood at Jelly's end and his health is also a lot better today.
Yep, Jelly seems to be a little bit better, but on the other side of this LAN, we're able to see that there's another player in the name of Nakul, who is sitting silently waiting for his other 2 assaulters to arrive. To the very deep, we have got that silent killer, the clutch master, the man who smiles after the deed is done, Joker, who sits silently and probably strategizing, composing himself as well. But on the screen right now is an interesting person, because Proton from WELT, who was nowhere to be seen all these days, especially in IGC, now emerges to be one of those lads people are intrigued to have in their team.
Big man, he's been finding the frags. This is what I said on Welts. And while everybody is a fragger, it feels like Proton is one of the crucial puzzle pieces. If he's there standing, he becomes the complete foundation for Welt to keep fragging and maybe find chicken dinners, which has been the case. The camera on him, he's feeling really good. This is the finale, and you could already see his teammates trying to pull his leg. But on the other end, it seems like 8-Bit were also waiting for the little bit of a limelight, and as soon as the limelight is switched on them, they're like, let's act cool, boys. And Juicy talking to his teammates to see what they can do better, because they were a team who I thought could have had an opportunity for a championship. Now their position in the overall standings might not depict that, but hey, Arka, still they can do anything that's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Juicy is well known to get around 60 to 70 pointer in a single game, and so does Hector as well. right now he's lying down. He's not bothered. Probably he's trying to get himself composed. Scary Jord as well is rubbing his palm and telling that yes, let's get ready. We'll be jumping into the map of ERANGEL. Simp as well, having a bit of a smile on his face, obviously, because now he's got that opportunity to be the frontline assaulter, and let's see how well he's going to live up to the expectations of all his fans.
Versatile Somraj, another team and a squad that we saw and thought that could have an opportunity for a Grand-Finals Championship. They did start off while I think midway on day one, but after that it doesn't seem to be a consistent performance at their end, and because of which we don't end up seeing them towards the top. But hey, I think Somraj has found a little bit of stability with the Smoker and Aimbot joining the fray, and it's working out. Ninja Jord also, to his ability of what we expected, he's now stepping on that positions.
Versatile are at 70, and they would need a chicken dinner just to make sure that yes, they are still in the race. Whereas right now we see on our screens the moments just before we jump in the map of Rondo. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for you guys to share it among your friends, because any second now, once we jump into the map of Rondo, things can be so different, especially for teams who are looking forward for a great start. Yes, on our screens right now is Punk and his lads. We have seen Trace God. We're being on the backlines. Is he going to come up front and start to frag in this game?
That's been a big question. I really like that you brought that out. We've been looking at Trace and thinking that he is going to be one of the MVPs of the tournament, but you could see a complete different approach at Soul's end, where Goblin's been doing that stuff. And I think that performance is something that a lot of viewers and fans expected, but they're also almost lost that, hey, it's the end of 2025. I don't know what to expect, but what a way for Goblin to jump up. But on the other end, we end up seeing Oasis, who is also jumping into those ranks of MVP if possible. The day on the first, then even the first game of how it started, Oasis looked like he wanted that chicken dinner. He tried his best. Fury was there, but he was knocked and he was waiting in the lobby. And let's see if Victor SUMUS could stage something of a comeback as we start things off on Rondo. The first game, maybe an opportunity. Victor SUMUS so close. True Rip is so close. Even Revenant XSPARK, Spunk looking forward to an opportunity. But look at this double whammy flight path coming through. And this is off to one of the most interesting grand finals.
Absolutely. Drama from the get-go. It's the flight path. Two different ones. I don't have to speak about a flight path when you have got two, right? I'm just looking forward to see who is going to be placed in which one. Are they closest to their drop location? And if not, what kind of a gameplay are they going to bring down? Yes, Stadium and Jaden City, both of the hot drops are very much close to the two different flight paths, but Nox Factory, that is where I've seen that several teams tend to go for a fight, because that place has got one recall tower, which is so safe that teams can actually immediately call in for their teammates' recall.
Say if it's going to be a recall right at the start of things. FS and IQOOSOUL very close. As you can see, Knuckle has taken a different approach, but along with Knuckle there's AUTOBOTZ' individual player, while AUTOBOTZ have also a similar thought. This is what every team does. But Team TAMILAS, I don't see them splitting up. All the four players seem to be together, and that is with God's Reign towards NONX Factory. And I think there could be a clash along with WELT as well. But I feel like WELT has only one of the individuals who's gotten in their spot maybe for a clash. But NONX and them could become a problem. But look at the circle. It goes completely southern, favoring WELT, 8-bit, and a lot more teams of even TR if possible, making a rotation. But we already see a drop and a fight, and it is going to be about 8-bit who end up losing a player very early on, and TR start off strong.
From one side, True Rippers, they're looking for a healthy start. On the other side, IQOOSOUL, they know they've got nothing to lose. All they need is 10 points. And they've also got a buffer. VXT Somraj goes a bit aggressive, puts down Scary Jord and immediately goes in for a confirmation. VASISTA, not the kind of start they were looking for, but yes, this slow-paced game between True Rippers as well as 8-bit, it's going to elongate for a long time. And I'm waiting to see whether, that's going to bring in a third party. True Ripper still interested, misses a lot of shots. Cure gets taken down. The confirmation still doesn't come in. Hydro will have to prove himself yet again after that first knock. No, he walks into the trap, gets taken down. Not the kind of start they were looking for. But 8-bit, since I've already called back Skibs, they might look a little bit more promising. Harsh at a distance. Now he'll fall back for sure, and he'll expect Jelly to immediately recall his teammates.
Just thinking that could have been one of the biggest starts for them. Unfortunately, that's not been the case. But on the other end, as the Finnish feed strikes again, we can see Versatile and VASISTA Esports. While VASISTA Esports, they were able to grab the initial picks against Versatile. Now Versatile have turned the cards. The same thing that just happened on our screens.
Yeah.
8-bit, they lost their player first, but instantly now Sarang took 2 of their players down within a J3.
It all comes down to how well you check your angles, right? At that point of time, I saw that True Rippers, they were not interested to see that big wide door open. They just thought that nobody might be there. And they tried to rush in and they got taken down. But IQOOSOUL, and they've got a decent start. They've got 1 frag already in their name. And they're sticking together to make sure that the trade game still comes into play. 9 points is what they need now to activate that smash roll.
Finnish feed showing us a continued action between VASISTA, Versatile, INFINIX, True Rippers, as well as IQOO 8-bit. IQOOSOUL gearing up, pushing closer, checking each and every angle that you spoke about, Arka, as they're climbing up the ladder and staircase. Codex on 1. It seems like FS have understood that and they do not want to give away a lot more points. But it seems like Levi, he finds an opportunity, puts Legit down. Can he find another? Seems like he's done the damage to Goblin, but maybe they retaliated enough. But Codex is still in the other opening. And he's waiting. Legit is out in the open, and that's why Codex is not given away his position. They did lay down a smoke. This is another opportunity. Levi has played smart. Let's see if he can continue it.
Smokes come in and Joker takes that risk of going in for a revival. And what a spot is found for himself. Hard cover on both the sides, and this is going to be easy revival. But what happens is through the smokes comes in a lurking snake. The footsteps is going to be given, but they call in Goblin. They're like, you know what, start to do your deed. He misses a lot of shots this time around, and due to which Gods will be able to put on Joker. But again, Goblin, he also makes the same similar mistake, and FS is looking like they can start off with a good domination.
But no, Legit, he turns things around. Even though his players got knocked, Legit was the one who was first knocked, gets revived and instantly puts Codex down. Gives him a little breathing space. Now they're all charging up, but he takes down Roman as well. Levy was a little far, and all Levy could do was throw nades. As he's gotten closer to the roof, he spots, he sees nobody. And IQOOSOUL's players, they've backed down the staircase, and Legit is trying to find a safer spot that he could revive them. But before reviving, he has to patch himself. He can hear a lot of footsteps above. Levi, does he actually take the decision of climbing up and climbing down? And he is. He did pin it, and Legit heard that, but Legit also tried to do the same, and they're now playing a cat and a mouse game. Who's going to send the shots first out? Players bleeding. Legit has 2 different mindsets to think about, but a nade confirms, and Levy gets a finish for FS. Now Legit, he also takes the brunt beating Arka, and now he's trying to figure if he should just run or Legit on the other end boosting himself up.
You know, at one given point of time, I really thought that Legit will push forward to get that finish because it was a gamble we're taking. Whereas, you know, I like this clever move. He hears a nade, he hears a nade clipping and immediately rushes in against them. But what they need to watch out for is the nearby lurkers. Legit, he needs to check his angles at the nth moment. He closes that door, completely healed up and he's boosted as well. Now he knows the location of the opponent. Right now he's going to play his mind games. Levy, very low on HP. He's not had a chance to heal himself. Legit is trying to do his best. In the backlines comes the backup as well for FS. What's more important is, is it important for them to come in and take this fight against Legit? Because one player again gets taken down, especially the one who just got revived, then the story can be a little bit different for FS.
FS have to realize, Arka, one thing, that while IQOOSOUL are fighting here and also have grabbed a couple of finishes in their name, they are the ones raking points one after another. They've already gotten a total of 3 finishes. If FS make a mistake, they're the ones giving Legit a lot more finishes. And now Legit, he's not been knocked down yet. I mean, he's not been finished off, so his revival is also going to be there. Nakul, he will instantly go for a revival once Legit is down and out of this position. but making sure for FS is not giving away another finish. If they do it, that'll be total 4 finishes. That's just 6 more points, Arka. And FS, they have to play a calculative game. They're at #8 and they're fighting with #1.
Amongst all these, I see that VASISTA Shayan comes in closer to be the smart guy and immediately gets punished for it. He gets knocked out, probably finisher off as well, adding another point for FS, and this is where Levy is now going to start to lose his patience. So far, Legend, he's got that healing, is completely boosted as well. He's got a stun grenade to work things around with, and this is going to be an interesting one. If he pushes now, Levy will be a little bit blind. Levy runs back, shows his back, but Legend's still waiting for that opportunity. A 1v1 battle worth waiting. This grenade could be a bit wrong. And finally, some shots also gets connected. It's all happening outside of the blue. And he needs to be careful. Legend, he waits for the grenade to explode. Levy on the other side, somehow very low on HP, but still holds on to his ground. He knows the importance of getting this finish. Whereas FS Esports, they need to push. They need to be a pack of wolves, or else the story can be a little bit different.
After so much in terms of resistance, finally Legend will be taken down. That was anxiety on another level for FS, and I think the main reason I feel like FS were not moving in to push for Legend is they were wondering, in case they push in as a pack, as you were talking, right, Arka, there could have been an opportunity for Legend to find a knock and a finish, an extra one, which they didn't want to give, and they let GodX prolong that as much as he could. And you have to give it to GodX as well. He composed him as much as he could. But that is not the only fight. Revenant XSPARK charging in. We talked about Trace, who has to be at the charge and the helm of finishes. But it seems like for now, it is still Fierce, who pushes up, grabs a couple, pushing 8-bit back. But 8-bit, they're not safe and sound. What could they do? It's only Juicy and Raiden.
In the EMP zone, both these players are trying to do their best, but there comes VXT. Aimbot from the backlines does punish Fierce. Down on his knees, and Punk is intrigued. Now he's looking at every single direction to see where the opponents are firing from. But VXT, they've started to be the lurking snakes in the map of Rondo. This is not the first time I see them hiding amongst the rocks, taking a player down or two. But the clever ones for now is going to be RNTX. Goten summons few stones and immediately comes in for a revival.
Autobots were close. I thought maybe they could approach Revenant XSPARK, but for now, that's not going to be the case. Whereas for Soul, it is a case of an opportunity. Knuckle, the man who started the initial revivals, is now knocked. So his teammates, they have to revive him. Knuckle tried his best. He spotted a player, wanted to grab that finish, make it a 5th one for the team. Legit missed out his opportunity. He did get revived. Now it's time for Knuckle to be revived. But I feel like Soul are playing a mastermind of a play. They're smart, they're going around, picking off the right fights, getting finishes in all of them as much as possible. Maybe this fight with K9, they picked up one, which a total of 3 was there.
Oh!
And yes, as you can see, Knuckle, before going out, he was able to grab one, but unfortunate for Goblin. He got hit by bullets from the other direction of one of the players from K9. And he's bleeding out. I don't think they will go for a revive. Have to wait and watch. I'm not too sure how far they are. Not too far. At Factory, and the fight that was happening was at Dacheng.
Fierce gets confirmed, and there goes another player. Punk needs to be careful. He needs to get out of this situation. It's not been a great run for him. VXT are at the distance. Blitz is also coming down. They've heard the commotion, and they know somebody will step forward for that recall as well. Still Punk amongst that smoke going in for a recall. Might get Goten and Fierce back into the game. But VXT, look at them. They've struck RNTX hard, but still they're maintaining that distance, right? And I still feel that after this, we can expect 8-bit to still be amongst the commotions, not coming out. Wait for RNTX to get finished off.
XSPARK were holding this spot. I think there have been some mistakes. 8-bit, you have to give it to them, as you were saying. Even though it was only Juicy and Raiden, they've managed to push their finishes to a total of 5, Arka.
Yeah.
Which Revenant XSPARK had numbers in. One thing that Revenant XSPARK have denied is making a recall happen. Now slowly it seems like they're trying to go for a push, but any time that they tried for a push, they failed. Raiden and Juicy have been able to stop it. What do Revenant XSPARK do? They are the ones who picked the finishes initially, but now they are the ones facing the clashes. They are the ones facing eliminations, and they're giving away points for 8-bit.
You know, amongst all these things, when you look at the points table, we see GDR have got 6. And that means GDR are in a good flow. On the final day, whenever God's Reign have started to perform well in the first game, nobody can stop them from getting that momentum. Look at that. Neo has got 3 finishes. We have got Aqua has got 2. Delta is doing well. Justin is also, you know, interested into getting into action. Flock gets taken down by Nakul. And that means Delta, he could get in closer and do a third party in this scenario.
Whereon he wanted to help his teammate out. No, finally will be able to, but it was also Delta on the other end. He puts him down, gets the confirmation, and as you said, God's Reign, they are starting off super strong. This is why we predicted they were also one of the probable contenders for the championship trophy, but a little far. Maybe this starts off, works in their favor. Legit missed his toss off the nade. I think Ash is one of the last survivors, and Legit is trying to go for a push. Legit, 3 successful finishes.
Nice.
Can he find a 4th? Yes. He's found the knock, and what a gap for him to find it in. And that's going to be a total of 7 finishes, Arka. This team wants to enable the smash rule right here in Rondo.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 more points is what they need. And from here on, if they have that controlled aggression for themselves, try to get late into the circle, get into the top 5, that's more than enough. That's going to be an added 2 points for you, right? So IQOOSOUL, it's paying off for them. GDR, back to the shenanigans. Look at that. Again, a late rotation coming in from their side. They're going to wait for the teams at the center to fight it out. And the big names are very much in the center. FS, CK, RNTX, 8-bit. All of them are trying to compete. And for the first time again, I'm able to see that True Rippers are not interested to be at the center of the circle. These calls from the IGLs for that later rotation, let's see whether that's going to pay off for them or not.
It seems like he's making a move now towards that, but Revenant XSPARK, they want to keep that center for themselves, fighting with NONX. On the other end, 8-bit, they get pushed by True Rippers. Juicy does the damage, but it's not enough to land a knock. And now Hydro is gearing up for a push himself, but he has to heal and then go for the push. But INFINIX True Rippers, they have the numbers working in their favor, and they can make this fight and control the center that we were talking about. But Juicy's nade, it is the one that lands. I thought Hydro will be the one doing the damage, but look at this. Juicy, another one, could become a problem for Hydro, but Hydro times it perfectly. That causes trouble for Juicy, and all the now resistance or responsibility comes on the shoulders of Raiden, the last one surviving for 8-bit. But here's what trouble is there for True Rippers as well. This fight is prolonged, and Raiden is getting opportunities. He puts Jelly down. He's behind enemy lines now. But a nade could do chip damage, but it was a little far. Raiden holding things off. He finds another knock, confirms the finish, takes on Jelly as well. His intentions to confirm another. He has 3 first aids. He can take this beating and do a lot more. Hirsch trying to go for a push. Did spam through the smoke. 2 players on 1. And finally, Raiden will be put to rest at the sparse of losing a player and almost Jelly getting wiped out. Arka, that fight was.
Hydro needs to be careful. I see another team not far away. They've got an angle on True Rippers as well. So the backlines, it's still not clear for True Rippers, and they need to realize it. K9. They come in, they see the commotion, and then they still fall back to make sure that they see that nobody is coming to backstab them as well. But True Rippers, is it important for them to go ahead and take so many fights? A chicken dinner is what they need to eye for. As on the other side, God's Reign, 10 finishes is what they've got so far with all 4 men standing. I've not seen God's Reign look so promising. I've not seen God's Reign look so dominative in this tournament before. Is this the beginning of a history in the making?
WELT are trying to do one of their own. They've confirmed players on Revenant XSPARK, and they want a lot more. And Revenant XSPARK, this ending that's coming in front of them, this picture that's unfolding is all they're doing. They did not finish off a fight at this center, did not clear off 8-bit, did not clear off any other team coming close to them, even NONX. And now they're surrounded by 4 to 5 teams. And everybody is inching closer to REVENANT XSPARK. And if this continues, IQOO, REVENANT XSPARK, the team we thought who could also have a run at the championship, might be left out, and WELT, they might be back in the driving seat and run for the race.
The calm before the storm, Sam. I like the silence just before everything goes haywire. Ninja Jordan now holds to a position. Seems like his location has been compromised, and Sim is trying to make sure that he gets away from this fight, leaving Scary Jot all alone in the backlines, just in case a team tries to backstab them. Trying to find an off angle is what the rest are trying to do, but Delta and Neo coming in together, sharing information, putting down Scary Jot. Another finish goes in their favor. GDR are looking unstoppable at this moment. VXT at a distance, we're watching all of this commotion, still stick behind the rocks, and they're trying to see whether they'll be able to third-party things. Another grenade tossed in, perfect one to be frank. The projectile was good, but it seems like they've found a small cubby behind which they can hide themselves for now.
VASISTA Esports playing without information. One end, they knew about Godsend but not about Versatile, and now Versatile, they missed their timing. They could have had an opportunity to either put Hector down or get the confirmation on Scary Jot, who was knocked. And now VASISTA Esports are going to be even more sharper in their play around these ridges. Versatile, what will they do? A line of smokes laid on. Simp trying to move ahead. On the other end, Hector right behind him. But for them to go around this big bulge of a rock, they have to act as a team, otherwise it's going to be going away from them.
IQOOSOUL legit knocked out, but an artificial crate has already been created, and Joker wants Legit to come in closer. For some reason, Legit is going to be shot at a distance as well. IQOOSOUL keeps, making sure that they push themselves a bit more. 7 finishes is what they've got, 3 shy from activating the smash rule. True Rippers, even they're looking forward to make sure that they end this on a good note. But Team TAMILAS on the other side, again a disappointing performance coming in from their side. But Ralphie, water grenade, and the trade game begins. And this is what I love about K9. Always be prepared for what happens in front of you and ready to trade things. Lobster at a distance can't do much. All he has to do is take some pot shots and expect the opponents to get taken down. But with that, he's also revealed its location. K9, after the devour Ralphie, I can expect them to come towards Lobster.
He's quickly trying to change position, but where will he run? The circle is so open, there's nothing much for him to hide from, and he has to take the fight head on. And K9 are biding their time. They are also wondering where will the circle move. As the play zone is closing in the next 50 seconds, Lobster, he has nowhere to be safe from. Eventually will be confirmed, and that is an added on point for K9 as well. 8 total finishes, while God's Reign, they've been dominating the field. It seems like K9 are also impacting here on Rondo. While this is happening, it seems like IQOOSOUL, after Legit's knock, it seems Joker's been knocked. While they were so close to getting 10 points in this game itself, even if they get knocked and eliminated now, Arka, I think there is still an opportunity to deny the smash rule getting active. Teams have to sharpen their finish feed senses and start playing on it. K9, all 4 players ready for their next target.
Until the 7th spot, we can expect IQOOSOUL to stay alive, and that gives them, 1 point. So if they have to survive, they'll have to do much better, but it seems like K9 found them. Slug puts another player of IQOOSOUL down. The more times they get the knock, the faster they're going to bleed. But for now, VXT, they're waiting for it. Sim, he doesn't realize the final player, and that is where he strikes from being atop. Scary Jot still looking out for his location, but that's not going to be the case. VASISTA, with lack of information, again gets decimated with aimbot holding that position. And guess what? Neo from the backlines comes in to just make sure that he steals those finishes. Aimbot gets taken down, and God's Reign have now got a great opportunity. Joker gets revived, Legit gets taken down. 8th elimination in their favor. They need to survive 3 more positions to activate that smash rule.
Joker has nothing to survive here. No boosters, no bandages, no first aid, nothing. All he can dwell on is just making sure nobody's getting closer. On the same end, even God's Reign are suffering. They've lost 3 of their players. It's only the MVP fragger, Justin. But here, Justin is not the one with the highest frags. It's Neo and Delta who have 5 each and a total of 15 eliminations. They're getting closer to eliminate more than half of the lobby if possible. And if they continue on this splurge, they could. Blitz are the ones who did the problem. But on the feed, we just saw K9's JD. He found the last player, Joker, and with 8 total eliminations, it is going to be IQOOSOUL out, meaning they're 2 points away. And they have to wait for another game to start off, while Blitz on the other end are now pushing in, knowing that they had the chance. But has Justin revived the players? That is information they don't have. But Justin is actually reviving players one after another. Could become a problem for Blitz. They swing wide. Neo gets taken down first. IQOO was there, and the play zone damage that they decided to tank becomes the end for their own demise. And God's Reign still keep firing. A total of 17 eliminations, looking unstoppable.
IQOO going in for a revival on Neo. They'll have to run inside the circle or else Neo might get taken down. But somehow they do survive. And this is what I was speaking about. God's Reign are looking unstoppable in this lobby. 3 more frags and they've got 20 in their name. And guess what? IQOO is still trying to take those pop shots so that he can get inside the circle. But for some reason the play zone has a better tale to say. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, God's Reign phenomenal run comes to an end with almost 18 frags, 18 points in total. And with that, a bit 4 of possession points, I think they're decent. They've got a decent 20 points in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I wished if they had the chicken dinner, it would have been the biggest of chicken dinners that we've seen in CEGC 2025. But the way the play zone here in Rondo is playing and freaking out a lot of teams is causing a lot of trouble. Wondering how this fight is still not brewed up. The BGMI gods have been favoring REVENANT, XSPARK, NONX, FS, WELT and True Rippers, along with Veron, the last survivor for Cincinnati kids. Maybe the circle will eventually now move as we are at stage 6, and then either REVENANT, XSPARK, FS, maybe TR, somebody has to figure out what their next best approach is or what the fight could work in their favor. Less than 5 seconds, circle will take a shift. K9, just like how we spoke about God's Reign, they've been looking ever so aggressive and they're out in the open. They're behind every other team. And look at the circle, it ends up favoring them. They'll be the most happiest, and Omega, he will want this chicken dinner now.
Omega, at one corner, is also knowing that, they might have an advantage. But on the other corner, they need to have the topography in their favor. Rondo is a very, very big map. Imagine True Rippers take that route from the northern side, get a bit into the high grounds or into that pathway, and from there they try to take down players. That is where K9 could get in trouble, and so does the side of Welt. Even they've got a bit of a, ridges to work things around with. Because these two teams are kind of busy with the teams in front of them, that's giving K9 a bit of a breathing space.
I hope they've not forgotten REVENANT, XSPARK. IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they've completely cut their sound and now are playing in the shadows. And Welt are charging upon FS. Nice nade. Proton gets taken down. Roman, he makes sure that nobody crosses over the compound, but he is also knocked. But more numbers from Welt are falling. Sham is out. Now this is what I was worried. REVENANT, XSPARK is where Welt had to keep their eye on, and now REVENANT, XSPARK, they're charging in. Gokul, the last one standing. 3 finishes is all they had. Maybe a confirmation on Roman, but what will Gokul do? REVENANT, XSPARK pushing on the other, and Punk is the one who grabs that finish, the last one from Welt, and they are also going to be out. The team at the top from Tamil Nadu are also out of the race in the first game.
It all comes down to REVENANT, XSPARK and Ken, and how are they going to play their cards. True Rippers, they've got their back against the wall. They'll have to make it inside the circle, but they've got that lurking snake, a slithering snake in this lobby in the name of Veron. Still sticking around to make sure he gets the maximum position points possible. Ninja Boy as well. He's got a very prime location, and True Rippers need to realize it. Moves around, and Jelly somehow makes sure that his team is inside the circle. FS as well. So far, they've got a decent run. If you ask me, FS have got some 7 finishes, if I'm not wrong. And they would also want to get a chicken dinner. The position they're holding is 10. Getting a chicken dinner from here will give them a new hope. All thanks to Soul not reaching 139 points.
FS, I thought it could again become a problem for them with REVENANT, XSPARK, especially with the divided approach that Punk decided to make with Fierce. But eventually Punk will be taken down. But on the other end, K9 troubling FS. They spotted them. JD, He is holding off FS while Ninja Boy on the other direction, Arka, is holding off True Rippers. They're making sure nobody gets a chance in the circle. But Veron, I'm worried about him. Another snake in the lurking, in the shrubs that is there. If he starts firing and K9 don't realize, they'll start losing numbers. There are a total of 11 eliminations now. Can they find more as a chicken dinner approaches closure?
Jelly keeps on moving, changing his location, and that's the reason why Veron is not able to find him properly. Now they come out in the open. Veron, is he gonna cook a grenade? From inside of the vehicle, he can't do that. But yeah, from behind the hard cover, he can. Where is he gonna toss it? He lands it in front of True Rippers, but they realize that there's a player. Veron in deep troubles. Hydro puts him down and finishes him off. K9, they've got just one big barrier in front of them in the name of True Rippers. It's a 3v3 fight, and the eager spectators on the other side is going to be FS.
Fierce between the battle of True Rippers as well as FS. He's also been caught, and Fierce is nowhere to run because on one end FS are approaching, on the other end it's going to be K9 who have already spotted him. He's trying to jump and spot at least another finish if possible, but nades being tossed, he's taking the damage. What can he do? He doesn't have any first aid. A molly as well, but it goes a little far. But finally, the blow comes in from Sahil, and Revenant XSPARK will be out. But look at True Rippers, they're ready to charge. Ninja Boy, he's down. It's up to Omega and JD Gaming. This is what I was worried about, and it seems like Hydro, the man we had a little bit of question on, he will eventually be knocked by a nade. Now Harsh has to buy some time to revive Hydro. True Rippers had just found an opportunity, but the nade parade coming in from Omega and K9 are looking unstoppable. Harsh takes a lot in terms of beating and now has to use that first aid, patch himself up quickly, use a couple of smokes and revive Hydro. Jelly, in the meantime, is buying time on the left flank.
I don't think so. It's going to be a cakewalk for them, but Jelly finishing off can open some really big gates because now we can concentrate on Omega and Ninja Boy. He sees them in the open, but he's got a bit of a hard cover to work things around with. Gets in closer, gets flat on his belly, puts up a smoke for cover. JD Gaming on the other side wants to get in closer. Ninja Boy and Omega from one side are trying to put up some throwables to restrict True Rippers from getting inside the circle, but Jelly realizes it's the topography control which is much more important. Harsh gets in closer, puts up a Molotov in a no man's land, and that means K9 have still got control of this situation.
Used up a lot of throwables to withhold TR, and now TR have to move aggressively. The play zone closing behind them. K9 have their barrier ready, but K9 are the ones to first lose a player. So still as a 3-man strong team, TR trying to push ahead. Confirmation for Hydro on JD. So it's only up to Omega and Ninja Boy. And now you can see TR have confidence. They're composing themselves for this last and final fight.
I spoke about topography, and that's what Jelly gets for himself. A bit of a ridge to work things around with, getting information, attacking from two different fronts. Omega in deep trouble, even though he's got a level 3 helmet, and West he lands one perfectly. Harsh on the other side. He needs to push right now. If he lets Omega breathe, then the story can be different. A 1v1 battle worth watching for. Harsh comes in closer from a different angle. Omega healed up, trying to do his best. 1 HP, but still pulls off. What a beautiful game it was. True Rippers. At that point of time where Omega had that advantage, for some reason he wants to take the fight towards his left side, which backfired at the end moment.
What a game coming in, nerve-wracking for all of us to watch, and a lot of the players playing as well. Nerve-wracking for them. Incredible performance. Even from the IGL on both the ends. You have to give it to Jelly as well, as you mentioned, the way he moved around the edges, and now he's getting up for an interview on stage to tell us how this first game was. What an incredible play coming in from INFINIX True Rippers. They were ready. They are at #2. Have they gotten closer to on this race with Soul?
Congratulations to INFINIX True Rippers on winning our first game today. I'm going to quickly request the in-game leader, Jelly, to join us. A round of applause for him. We all know that Jelly hasn't been keeping well, but he's here. He's fighting for his team. आपने स्मैश डे को एक स्मैशिंग विक्ट्री के साथ शुरू किया. कितने खुश हो आप?
काफ़ी ज़्यादा खुश हूँ. ट्राई करेंगे कि ये ट्रॉफी को हम लोग अपने साथ ले जा सके आज, और काफ़ी ज़्यादा खुश हूँ. थोड़ी हेल्थ इतनी अच्छी नहीं है, लेकिन फुल ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग फिर भी अपना बेस्ट दे सके.
आपकी तबीयत आज कैसी है?
आज तो मैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा बेटर हूँ. Day 1 पे बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब था, Day 2 थोड़ा ठीक हो गया और Day 3 पे काफ़ी ज़्यादा परफेक्ट हुई थी.
अच्छा, आज यहाँ आने से पहले फाइनल डे है, फाइनल काउंटडाउन, तो आपने अपनी टीम को क्या ब्रीफिंग दिया?
ब्रीफिंग कुछ नहीं दिया, मैंने यही बोला कि मेन गोल हमारा PMGC है. अगर यहाँ पे हम लोग बाई चांस ट्रॉफी नहीं भी उठाते हैं तो हम लोगों को अल्टीमेटली प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए अच्छा स्टेज मिल रहा है यहाँ पे. और जीत जाते हैं तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, लेकिन नहीं भी जीतते तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं. प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए हमको बहुत अच्छा एक जो स्टेज है वो मिला है.
Spoken like a true leader. Thank you so much for chatting with us. Glad you're feeling good and all the very best for the next 5 rounds. Thank you so much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. After the break, the casters will take on.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
வேடிக்கை பார்ப்பவர்களும் விமர்சனம் செய்பவர்களும் அங்கேயே நின்று விடுகிறார்கள். களம் கண்டு உழைப்போரே முன்னேறி செல்கிறார்கள். திறனோடு அறம் கொண்டு களம் கண்டால் தரமான வெற்றி வரும். இது நம்ம ஆட்டம். களம் நமதே.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're inching closer to get to know who is the champion of this prestigious Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025. With me on the desk now, joining is going to be Necros. The first game, Necros, it seemed like Soul almost clutched it, right? Almost got the 139 points which was required, but they fall shy of 2. What do you think is going to happen in the second game, and what are your expectations with the other teams?
Oh, I mean, talking about IQOOSOUL, yes, they have been a team who is again creating the buffer and once again falling just a couple of points short, in my opinion, to reach that smash rule. That they will be a little bit upset about that because they were having the aims to kind of finish the tournament in the second game itself, but it seems like it is going to stretch at least one more map. Talking about the other teams, right? If you have INFINIX 2 Rippers, you have ONEPLUS, God's Drain coming into the mix. I am really thinking that these 2 to 3 teams, even IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they will be also coming into the mix and will be putting a lot more pressure to IQOOSOUL, because once again, you imagine on the other perspective, they are getting the points, they are racking up points. On the other end, if IQOOSOUL again faces another early exit, then this will open the floodgates for the other teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that True Rippers are pretty serious in getting that championship. Jelly did point out that, I need this trophy at any cost, because the last time when he was in Delhi, he was like, you know what, I missed it out by a little bit. So God's Reign as well, they are looking very, very strong. They've got 17 finishes in this game, even though they didn't make it into the top 6 or the top 3. I believe that in the overall standing is going to have a different outcome altogether and a different tale to say.
Going all out has to be JD Gaming from K9 Esports. 6 finishes is what he has got in his bag, followed by the best companion. It's going to be IQOOSOUL's Joker with 4 revivals. Man, he really did a heavy lifting for his team's survival, but also with the finishing blow, it will be INFINIX 2 Rippers Hursh. The crucial 1v1 battle that he won for his team made him and his team get the 10 placement points for themselves.
10 placement points. I somewhere feel that it all comes down to how well things can be for, IQOOSOUL. Yes, Joker goes in for 4 rescues, but that wasn't enough. several times we saw Legit and Joker trying to survive for the longest time possible. 20 points is what True Rippers are going to walk away with K9 getting 19. GDR were like, we are not bothered about the position points, let's go berserk in the lobby. They got 17 finishes and 18 points, and I strongly believe the limelight was completely on GDR in this game.
Oh, indeed, the way they dominated top three teams, they've showcased some real class out there in the map of Rondo. But also, I'm a little disheartened to see the performance coming up from the side of WELT Esports, just 5 points from the map of Rondo, in which they had a really perfect start in the last 2 days of the Grand Finals. This is not going to be a really good start for WELT, but definitely they have to make a comeback in order to be in the competition with ONEPLUS, God's Reign, INFINIX, True Rippers, or IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. Also talking about FS Esports in the mix, they've also played around like the entire 12 matches. That means the first 2 days, the matches that they've played, in that they have also come in top 10 3 times, while in top 3 2 times. Not a kind of great ratings for them, but talking about INFINIX, True Rippers, they have some surreal performances. Yes, they have also got a chicken dinner. They have been consistent in almost like 7 matches. Couple of matches went here and there, but they are in that top 2 spot, and that is what matters the most for them.
5 times top 10 and 2 times top 3, and amongst which they've already got 1 chicken dinner, right? If that happened more previously, I think the story would have been different. But for now, 8-bit, 12 matches, 10 times in the top 10 they've come 4 times, and in the top 3 they've come 2 times. Again, without a chicken dinner, the lack of the position points, these teams are completely reliant on getting those finishes.
Finishes are the only thing that are brewing up in the lobby, with 94 total points on the board. After 12 matches, yes, they were standing in this position. Out of 7 matches, they have come in the top 10 and top 3. Like in total, 7 times they've come in the top 10, keeping 3 times in top 3 as well. But not a single chicken for IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. Team Tamilas, can't say much about them because not a single chicken dinner. Only 6 times they have come in the top 10, but also they are sitting the bottom position of the overall standings in the 16th spot. So for Team Tamilas, this Grand Finals in their home ground has been really like a nightmare.
Team Tamilas, a lot of expectations, and they crumble because of it. AUTOBOTZ on the other side, some kind of a similar story, but yes, they were successful in coming into the top 3 at least once. 12 matches in total. The survival rate is not that great, but yes, it all comes down to chicken dinners as well, because that big chunk of 10 points can always give you a big jump in the overall standing.
Talking about BLITZ, comparatively they have a better performance compared to AUTOBOTZ and Team Tamilas. That's why they are a little bit above in the overall rankings. Top 3 1 time, top 10 8 times, in total of 9 appearances in around the top 10 out of the 12 matches that they have played. But also jumping on to the overall ranking right away, Team IQOOSOUL will be sitting on the top with 137 points on the board, but just following them, it's going to be INFINIX, True Rippers with 111 points. Not way too far away, but one good match, another big chicken dinner can literally make them come closer to IQOOSOUL if IQOOSOUL take an early exit.
Yeah, IQOOSOUL as well. This is where they write the history, right? In this game, all they'll need is 2 points. And I know after that, Nakul is still going to go berserk. He's going to be like, you know what? We have reached that point, and now let's make sure that we raise the lobby. Let's go berserk. Let's pick up as many finishers as possible. Make sure that the difference between us and the second team is so big that even if the Smash rule doesn't come into play, we'll be crowned champions default. But God's Reign, what a comeback it's been so far. One of those teams with no chicken dinners and still place themselves in the top 3. All they'll need is 2 good chicken dinners, and they'll also be the good contenders to get themselves the championship.
It has to be a long way even for IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK and WELT Esports. They might be in the 90s alongside Victorious SUMUS and NONX, but the point difference is really big. Around getting like 40, 37, 30, 33 points in the next 2 games. It's not really tough, but it's also going to be a elongated process. Can't say the very same for VASISTA. Versatile, they have had a really decent start in day number 1. Coming down to day number 2, it has been a nightmare ride for them. But in day 3 itself, they are trying their best, but not able to rack up the points that they need.
No, to reach the top 3 for especially teams like VASISTA, Versatile, all they'll need is 24 to 29 points and they'll be in the top 3 because God's Reign right now hold that position with 100 points. That means all the teams, until the 13th spot can still get a double chicken dinner and make sure they come into the top 3. Yes, the race for the championship is still on as we enter into the map of ERANGEL. And, sadly, it's the strongest map for Seoul. The reason why I call it sad is because they have not activated the champion rush. So in this one, if they do activate it, then Miramar and ERANGEL is going to be a very, very interesting drop location. Very, very interesting turn of events for those teams who will look forward to dominate and take down IQOOSOUL at the very beginning.
This has to be the aim because once again, as soon as this map, even if not in the map of ERANGEL, I really believe in the map of Miramar, IQOOSOUL will face some early clashes, early contentions, but eventually we'll have to look out for the other teams. Even IQOOSOUL, they are aware that they might become a team to be targeted in the lobby because maybe the other set of 15 teams won't allow the tournament to end in the 3rd match itself. K9, one of the teams, those who have nothing to lose in the entire competition right now, they will be looking forward to go a little bit more aggressive and maybe spoil the games for the other teams. While INFINIX 2 Rippers, kind of assets they have, Kyolamau as well as Hydro, they will be the key stars for INFINIX 2 Rippers. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to dive into the second match of the final day of Grand Finals of CEGC 2025 as ERANGEL takes a start.
ERANGEL and the flight path seems to be special as I can see that the North Georgia region is visible to me right now. Or probably, yes, it's a northern flight path according to me. And if that is the case, then the teams to go down to the military base region are going to have a long jump up in front of them. Flying over right next to Rozok, ending towards the Stolber region. This flight path is going to give chills for most of the teams who are looking for an early rotation.
Indeed, it's going to be really interesting to see how things are going to turn around. A lot of commotion, a lot of questions in people's mind. Just imagine if IQOOSOUL had just 2 more points in the previous game. In this ERANGEL, things could have been really dicey for a lot of teams. Because what IQOOSOUL need is just 2 more points and a chicken dinner to win this championship. While the others, they have to make sure that they don't reach in that smash rule format. Back up this entire championship by taking a chicken dinner. That is going to be the main aim. And so far, you can see INFINIX 2 Rippers are having a split drop location around the areas of Gatka because traveling down to Novorupnoy is a really tough task which they won't be able to take at this moment. Maybe they can go for some early rotations, not quite sure. If the circle shifts down southeast, we'll have to look for that, and it does shift to the eastern side of the map of ERANGEL, while the other teams will be trying to glide it out and reach the locations like Brimoz, Prison and Lipovka.
True Rippers, I see one of the players, Jelly, is going in for rotation inside of the Giorgio containers. Probably, they're wanting to somehow make sure that they have a bit of a loot before they head into the circle. But IQOOSOUL, it all comes down to them, right? Most of them want to know where they're heading, what they're doing. Since the circle is closer to that school region, or school is very much inside, the circle right now, I do believe IQOOSOUL are not going to have any kind of a problem in getting proper amount of loot and pouncing on the nearest team. But yes, God's Reign, what are they going to do? Because the primary drop location, military base, is so far away. And there has been a big cluster which is taking place towards the Giorgio region. They'll have to be very careful as to where they move from here on.
Slowly and gradually things might just start, but INFINIX 2 Rippers, they've got some different business to start things off with. They want to go a little aggressive. They want those early points. And first one to go down in the crosshairs of INFINIX 2 Rippers might be BLITZ Soham. He was knocked out. Not sure whether he's going to be confirmed or not. But in the meantime, a massive comeback being pulled by ONEPLUS God's Reign. It's immense to see a team who were strangling behind in the bottom 8 come down and maybe come up in the overall standings, also around the years of podium, trying to compete for the championship right now. It's really not easy to kind of see, but now BLITZ, they will be charging on the players of INFINIX to Ripper, specifically in front of them. It's going to be Kyolama, and he needs a lot of backup in his direction. He might have a vehicle to work out with, but not quite sure whether he will be able to escape or not.
No, he comes to an angle from where Jelly can give him a good cover. And I love this mind game coming in from the side of True Rippers. Kyolama still showing his backs to a spot, and he knows that Sohem might be getting revived at this point of time, and that's why Hydro, he starts to put them down, gets 2 players down, and BLITZ is under trouble, is under pressure, and is in big trouble. As both these players trying to drag down Kyo, they get in closer. Kyo is still making sure that he buys some time, and immediately Hydro comes in closer, and this is how you execute an assault, a tactical one, but Jelly is giving away his location, and probably the confirmation might just follow.
Oh, Hydro's nade might just make the connection, but Chandan's connection is just too precise. The confirmation might just come in, but a little bit too early peaking. Kyolama and Harsh, these 2 players have to lift the balance for INFINIX to Ripper. The damage has more of. He will go. It's going to be Chandan versus Harsh. Once again, a really crucial 1v1 competition. Chandan's HP is down to merely half, but now Harsh is going for a revival approach, and Chandan has a good read about it. Harsh wants to make sure that his comrades stay alive, but Harsh, he has taken risks just before this match. He has won an entire match by taking a crucial 1v1 battle, but once again he has to make sure that even INFINIX 2 Rippers, they again live to fight another day. At this moment, 1 finish has been registered, but still, Jelly, I don't think he's going to survive for a longer period of time, but Harsh will make sure that INFINIX 2 Rippers does. Jelly, he will bleed out. INFINIX 2 Rippers might be facing 2 early casualties, but definitely they're surviving in this match.
IQOOSOUL gets 1 in the name. Goblin on the other side gets confirmed, but have they got 2 in total? And that's the big question. Yes, I think so. They've got 2, and immediately they get confirmed, and that means the smash rule gets activated. Ladies and gentlemen, from the next game, IQOOSOUL are going to be the center of attraction for everything which is going to happen in this game. Because if they get a chicken dinner, they walk away with the championship. And 8-bit, they know the seriousness of this game, and that's why they come in to put an end for IQOOSOUL as early as possible.
Oh my god, this is a big twist in the storyline. Yes, IQOOSOUL, they might have bragged up to kind of 2 points for themselves, but this has opened the gates for INFINIX 2 Rippers. They are surviving. Yes, they are just 2-man, but still, 4 finishes racked up. Almost like closer to 115 points. Now if the 2 players can survive and maybe get like 6 points, or maybe like 4 to 5 placement points with some additional 2 to 3 more finishes in the entire game of ERANGEL, this will again bring them closer to the likes of IQOOSOUL. And even for ONEPLUS God's Reign, if they have read the feed right, now they will be also looking for to go a little bit more aggressive, getting those finishes and racking up some more points. Because if they do so, they will be again competing for the championship title. And this, my friend, can be the biggest choke for IQOOSOUL. Because in every other match, Arka, we have seen them scoring almost like 10 points on an average. 8 to 9 or maybe 10 points on an average, but this is probably the first time we're seeing IQOOSOUL going down this early on.
But they had an intention, right? They were like, you know what, we just need 2 points. Even if we get a chicken dinner from here, it's not going to be of any use. So what we'll do, we'll try to concentrate in getting those 2 points, and once we have that smash rule under our control, then we'll go back to our natural game. And from then on, it's all about us trying to get a chicken dinner. Forget about the average. It's always been in their mind to get as much chicken dinners as possible. For now, they've got 3 in their pocket, a total of 94 finishes and 45 possession points, and that's why they've got a total of 139 points with them. If there's any other team who've been doing decently good, has to be True Rippers, because 40 possession points and 71 finish points, they're just 20 shy because of that lack in the finish points. So hopefully we'll be able to see that True Rippers or God's Reign, either of them will be able to replicate what they did in the previous game. Get 20-pointer, get closer to IQOOSOUL, make sure that they feel the pressure, and under pressure, it's going to be a new champion. Either of these 3 teams getting the championship is an interesting run for sure.
Indeed. Nothing's taken away from there, but ONEPLUS God's Reign, it seems like they've heard you, Arka. They're already going for the finishers. It's going to be Cincinnati Kids under the radar. Neo, I think that's things off on a good note. Yes, the damage has been done. One knock has been found. They're looking forward to capitalize on it. But the main part is that there's not just Cincinnati Kids around the close vicinities. There will be WELT Esports as well, is what we see in the map feed. All the teams trying to find out some sweet spots for themselves in the eastern part of the map of ERANGEL, but the circle shifts on the northwest. Oh, now this is going to be interesting turn inside, because once again all the teams have to go for a re-rotation strategy, find some sweet spots around the open yards of VASISTA down south. ONEPLUS God's Reign, this might just open a big opportunity for them to kind of gatekeep a lot of teams like IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, maybe even for Cincinnati Kids.
It's not just about trying to make it inside the circle and gatekeeping, because for teams like God's Reign or True Rippers, since they'll also have to eye for a big game, probably a chicken dinner game, they'll have to make sure that, you know, they get into the center of the circle, from where they can assault, from where they can pick up a chicken dinner as well. But God's Reign, Neo, this is one thing which I like about him. As an IGL, I know that he's taking that initiative to scout around to find a perfect spot. But with that, he's also being a bit aggressive. He's not shying away from taking some knocks away from the opponents. He's also not shying away from confirming few players as he moves forward. And that kind of an independence and confidence, I think that's required for a lobby like this.
You have to take risks in order to achieve greatness. And probably this is one of them. While Salopi goes for an early 1v1 duel against Anonymous, NONX Esports, just around compounds down southeast, around the mansion area. Now, he has to make a call back. Once he thought that, okay, there is one single player I can go for a duel, but then the entire squad of NONX just piled in. Not quite prepared about the fight that was coming in his way, but FS, they have got the backup right where their teammate needs him the most. But NONX at this moment of the time, they have to figure out that if they want to continue this fight, they have to make sure that they end this on a quicker basis, because even K9, they're around the close vicinities. And if you make a lot of noise out there in the entire area of Mansion, it will be heard by the noisy neighbors. And they will definitely look forward to have a little bit of eyes set on this position, maybe rack up some free finishes.
Absolutely, FS on the other side. Even they have just made it into the top 8. They are the other team who have got 2 chicken dinners so far. They've got a decent firepower as well. We have seen it in the last chance qualifiers that they were able to convert 4v4s very easily. And Silopi was all, you know, the front line of most of that action taking place. So I'm hoping to see Silopi again get into the same kind of issues, taking that responsibility, being that freeman as well as a person who gives that opening for the team. And from then on, FS can also look forward for another chicken dinner, because if they get one in this game, 86 points, another 20 points, they make it to 106, and they also have a chance to get their hands on the trophy.
They would love to have it. At the end of today's day, feels like that. Open yard circles, not much hard covers to play along with, always makes it harder for the teams to compete in circles like this in the map of ERANGEL, where every team tends to find much more points. After having a really good start in the map of Rondo, after bagging so many points in the map of Rondo, ERANGEL is where things slow down, but I don't think it's going to be slowing down for a lot of teams, specifically for ONEPLUS God's Reign or maybe INFINIX True Rippers. Yes, the start hasn't been that great for INFINIX True Rippers yet, but now the end can be better. But in IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they're under the radars, and the vehicle was quite slow enough, but they barely managed to survive from the sprays of ONEPLUS God's Reign. IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK will be thanking their stars once again, because if only one of their players were taken down, things could have been really worse out for them.
Yep, with God's Reign going in a beast mode, they would have loved to get those confirmations as quickly as possible. REVENANT XSPARK are also one of those teams who have got 94 points. And in case they get a chicken dinner, they reach up to 104. And they'll just be 20 or 30 points shy from, you know, making it into the championship, the smash rule, and then trying to get their hands on the trophy. So there's a lot at stake for even for this team. And we all know Revenant XSPARK's IGL Pong has got something to prove. And he'll look forward to at least end this tournament in the top 3. And if he's able to do so, then a lot of questions are going to be answered.
Also, the answers has to arrive from ONEPLUS God's reign. Destro did not play a single match in the entire Grand Finals of CEGC 2025. Gave the responsibility to the young lads, Neo and the company, while Delta, PG, Justin, they are in the mix alongside the new addition that is going to be the NONX, the Octopus that everybody kind of fears about. Have to see how things are going to perform in their way, but also IQOO Team TAMILAS. I don't know what went wrong for them in the entire Grand Finals. A team with such a consistent performance in the previous stages completely crumbled down in the Grand Finals in the new zone meta. I'm not quite sure, but this will raise a lot of questions whether IQOO Team TAMILAS, are they not ready for the new zone meta? Are they not prepared enough to compete in tournaments or maybe handle these pressurizing situations? Because this is a very experienced lineup, and even after that, if they're facing these kind of results, it's really, really doubtful.
The change in IGL for both the old meta and the new meta has costed them a lot. Before we break down further about it, Victorious Summers are now having some troubles as very closely comes another team. Even though they're able to retaliate perfectly, Victorious Summers have also got some casualty. Who is the last man standing will be able to line that final blow. Mafia gets a 4 over there. Who is at the nth moment pulling off the 2 finishes. Will be making sure that they've got 6 in total. But they need to be careful. Fury down on his knees. Omega might have an idea that there's a team which is in its weakest form right now. And Fury giving away that location of the opponent. Pace can now come in and make sure that he tags off Omega. All he has to do is step out of his cover, try to find an angle and save Fury before that grenade lands in his pockets.
It's going to be a tough rescue mission, Arka. And specifically when you have got so many teams around the corner, it's not just about K9 being in the close vicinities. You've got IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK also coming into the mix. Tough task for that rescue mission. Not quite sure whether Fury will be surviving or not. But IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK has made K9 push away from the spots that they were holding on a few moments ago. In the meantime, K9 Esports have decided to pounce on the players of FS, and this is going to be a good, completely topographic fight coming up between FS and them. One good nade being cooked out, one good opening can be brought in while Gorex is trying to be intact in his position. Slug right in front of his eyes can be an easy target for him.
Yeah, it's a 2v4 battle. K9 have got a lot of advantage in this game. All they have to do is just hold on to their horses, wait for the opponent to make a mistake. JD Gaming is going to get shot from a distance, but Ninja Boy does the deed. Now Levy under a lot of pressure. Even though he's known as the clutch master for the team, you'll have to be careful. And all of a sudden I see that Godex is also still alive and they're trying to rotate around. Slug is right in front of them. Shots being taken so far. Slug knows that he's got an opportunity. Even though the retaliation comes through, JD Gaming is cooking up a grenade. If he lands this one, the story could end for FS, and he lands it perfectly. But still misses out because the blast radius is a little bit lesser in comparison. Levy going in for a revival. The grenade is going to be tossed in over there yet again, but Levy maintains that distance. But now he's going to be shot at from different directions. Strays God gets in closer. He doesn't realize that he's still alive, and due to it, he gets taken down as well.
Oh, IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK, they're already knocking on the doors, but JD is prepared. But once upon a time, there was a myth that Goten has become a monster in the most crucial moment of the game. And this is probably that moment where Goten has to rise and shine, and the nades might just make the proper connection as K9. They are seeming to struggle a tad bit more, but Trace God being taken down is a key opening while Omega is knocked out. Nades being exchanged, Goten gets taken down. That's going to be a big opening coming in from the side of K9 as Fierce is standing tall, trying to fight it against the odds, but Fierce will be taken down. Eventually it's Slug reigning supreme in this entire competition, eradicating every threat that is coming in their direction. But also there would be another team in the mix. That's going to be IQOO 8-bit, who had come up from the backyard as Punk is trying to compete against the odds. He gets one down, but eventually gets taken down by Skids. But K9, this will make things easier for them to finish off.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been watching things closely. They've been reading the finish feed and listening to every commotion. And Ninja Boy needs to be careful. A grenade is being cooked right in front of him. Outside that kitchen window. Now we see Skip trying to change position. JD Gaming makes that biggest mistake. Ninja Boy as well. And Skip, even though he had that control, Slugs comes in again to save his team. K9, they're going to be thanking Slug a lot of times because without him, it would have been at the end of the story for K9 long back.
6 finishes packed up, all the 4 players alive. What else do you need in a competition like this? You're in top 8 as well. But all these sounds have been heard by Victorious Summers. They are still intact, and Oasis has always evaded unnecessary bad fights where he thinks that it's not going to benefit us. He hasn't taken a single move. Every time his team has been safe and sound till the final circles. Whenever Victorious Summers, they were in need of points. And it feels like this match is one of them, while OnePlus God's Reign, they're trying to fight against Cincinnati case. They've got some couple of knocks in the confirmations coming in as they are trying to survive as long as possible. Cincinnati kids will be taken down and out thanks to WELT Esports' unwanted help towards the side of OnePlus God's Reign. Neo has been compromised, but INFINIX 2 Rippers will be just knocking at the back doors of OnePlus God's Reign. If they don't go for some quick revivals, things can really go dicey for them.
Two Rippers in deep troubles because Delta is not going to miss much, and there it is. One player gets taken down, the other one's location is also compromised, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, True Rippers fall short of making the maximum use of the map where they should have. But God's Reign, look at that. He's been looking all around, making sure he gets information as to who is going to approach next. Welt have been wanting for an opportunity, and now it's been presented in front of them. But still, they're waiting for the opponents to make a small mistake. Delta is waiting for Equinox. He feels that the revival might come through. Equinox, one way or the other, gets healed up as well. 5 frags and 3 men standing. I believe that's more than enough for God's Reign to grab that chicken dinner.
This Ridge has to play the bigger part, but for Delta PG, again, he has been the crucial assaulter for the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, creating a very good 2-1 split. One player has to get one opening against WELT Esports. The compound is really crucial. If WELT Esports can hold that compound for a longer period of time and can rack up finishes by surviving in it, they will be really benefiting a lot from this entire map of ERANGEL. While on the other end of the spectrum, VXT Ninja Jot gets Ninja Boy down. But on a quick retaliation, even Ninja Jot has been taken down as well. VXT, they're trying to retaliate against K9 and who are in form. But Slug, who was reigning supreme, who was raining hellfire to every other opponent in the map of ERANGEL, has been finally taken down. And his run has finally ended. While VXT, they are spoiling the dreams. They're spoiling the game for the team, those who have been performing so well in the map of ERANGEL in this one.
Somraj looking forward to end this tournament in the top 3. Yet again is looking forward for a good run. He's got 4 eliminations so far. VXT, they've got 74 points until now. And they'll need a chicken dinner just to make sure they inch closer to that 100 marker. Because that is where the top 3 teams lie. Somraj goes in for a revival. Welt, they're holding on to their grounds. That's another team who are at 92. And they also need a chicken dinner so that they can activate their smash rule in the next few games. And they've got all 4 men, right? They've got a bit of a hard compound. All 4 men in front of them is an open ridge. All they have to do is just make sure that they don't do any mistakes, don't lose players. Just pick up frags whenever required, and then everything will fall in place.
Exactly. Nothing much extraordinary to do for them. Right away at this moment, Victorious Summers quite stubborn in their positionings, aware of their surroundings, while VASISTA, they're making a bold move from the western part of the circle, trying to be playing through those ridges, finding those temporary covers and making it useful for them to kind of gatekeep the players coming from the down south area of the circle. Like WELT Esports, you talk about VXT as well as OnePlus God's Reign in the mix. But once again, a good advantage for OnePlus God's Reign, that will be a small ridge that they have. If they wipe out WELT Esports, that will again give them an opportunity to take things in a stepwise manner. One step at a time is what we say always. But look at the entire smoke cover that OnePlus God's Reign, they're laying in front of themselves to find an entire path inside the circle, inside that one compound where they want to push against WELT Esports, against the odds. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 situations. WELT Esports, they should be mentally prepared as Maxioso is already cooking up a free nade which can help him get some early openings.
I don't think so. He's done that right. And Maxio, he gets taken down and Delta PG makes things even, Steven. 5 fracks is what he's got so far. And he's waiting for another opportunity to strike. On the other side, I see that Gokul is also cooking up a grenade. Proton as well in the high grounds is cooking one. Vasista in the backlines realize that yes, now we've got an opportunity to third party. They're waiting for it. VXT as well are interested to come in and be a part of this action. Welt, they've been restricted. The ceiling is completely on fire. That means the complete squad of Welt are stuck inside one compound. Whereas God's Reign, they don't mind sharing this compound for now. They're like, you know what, you stay there and we stay here. There's not going to be any kind of an issue. But still, the grenades being tossed in from both these teams are causing a bit of a problem. And we see Victorious Summers are now causing problems for VXT as well.
The kind of 2-2 split Victorious Summers has come up with is incredible, sending Fury and Venom, the crucial assaulters, a much coordinated duo in front in the front lines and trying to find the much higher value as much as they can as Fury is inflicting some good damage alongside Sham. Smoker is down, opening the floodgates for the likes of Victorious Summers to capitalize and then, but Aquanox also gets some openings while Venom confirms Smoker. The job is half done for the likes of Victorious Summers as VXT, they've managed to dive in deeper inside the circle,
Oh, no!
but in the blink of an shoulder and he will deliver one more time to keep things alive for ONEPLUS God's Reign as they will live to fight another day with 8 total finishes in the bag while Delta PG has been compromised. Victorious Summers, they will be again diving deeper inside the circle, giving a breathing time for ONEPLUS God's Reign to go for a reset.
They're going to have an ample amount of loot in their favor right now, but what's more important is how well can they control the circle. Because they're very much outside of it and Victorious Summers knows that from here on all they have to do is control this ridge and that's the only way for them to restrict God's Reign from getting it inside the circle. The top 3 teams are on our screens right now. Vasista on one side, Victorious Summers on the other side, and Vasista also realized that this is where they can build that momentum from. If they get a chicken dinner from here, probably they can try to replicate it furthermore and make sure they inch closer towards that podium region. For those who are wondering where is Vasista, they're holding the 10th spot and they have a total of 76 points as of now.
But this one match can change their entire positionings in the overall rankings if things go right. But for the team for which everything is going right, it has to be Victorious Summers. 10 finishes backed up, 4 players alive, but Fury, my god, Ellie survives a hefty amount of damage on that lad. Aquanox trying to make those proper connections with the knees that he has for himself. Has one more grenade left in his bag while Venom is the only one being in the front lines. Sending Fury back to patch himself up and reset himself to come back in the competition while Venom has got a big responsibility. But the knee was almost on point. Venom, he was a dead man if it actually made the proper connection.
Both the teams, Vasista as well as Victorious Summers, both of them know the first team to pounce upon GDR are not only going to have casualty, but you know it's easier for the other one to come in and third party. So they're just waiting for somebody to strike, and eventually Venom gives that opening against God's Reign. He's low on HP, but he's got enough first aids to, you know, kind of make a comeback out here. Justin needs to be careful. Grenades are going to be tossed in from both the directions. He sees Sim coming in closer, and Justin knows one more finish is what he'll require, but that's not going to be the case. And all of a sudden, it comes down to Vasista versus Victorious Summers.
2 teams fighting it out, but Victorious Summers, they do realize this is a victory which can again get them through the podium. Well, Vasista Esports, they will look forward to stop it, but look at the artillery strike. Victorious Summers, they have stored all these needs for such a long period of time for themselves. And now they're utilizing and dumping everything that they have against Vasista Esports, but Mafia is the first one to go down in Cheyenne's nade. That's a big opening for the likes of Vasista Esports, and now this probably is the green signal for them to barge in and finish things off as Mafia has been completed by Scary John.
Quez also gets taken down. It all comes down to Fury and Venom now. They're trapped. They've got the blue zone right behind them and they've got no rigs to work around with. And Vasista, it becomes a cakewalk for them as they grab this winner chicken dinner. They waited for the right time, and when the high end was on, that is when they stuck. They've got minimum amount of finishes, but what they get right now is a bit of confidence. And from here on, they can capitalize on it. They can make sure they can build on it. And probably after this, we can expect them to see getting more chicken dinners Because as of now, they've got 2 in their name. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, you all know how the ritual is. Probably we're going to have the host talking a thing or two with VASISTA Esports anytime now.
Congratulations to VASISTA Esports. They win match number 2. An incredible performance with 8 finishes. And with that, obviously, they'll progress higher on the points table. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we have something very exciting for all the folks sitting here at the stadium watching this incredible tournament unfold. We're going to have the Who's Got the Boost competition. All you have to do is raise your hands if you think you have what it takes to scream the loudest and the longest. You guys are ready? Okay, the cameras are on you. Can we have the cameras on those boys, please? Okay, I want all of you all to stand up. Come on. Let's see how much boost and stamina you have. All of you all together, if you all can stand up. Okay, the game is very simple. Okay, I'll say 1, 2, 3, and you're going to have to scream the loudest and longest. Ready? Okay? 3, 2, 1, and go! I think that was good, but you guys can definitely do better, right? This is the grand finale. I think it's time for more firepower. Ready? Okay, the count of 3, 2, 1. One more time. Do you guys think that was good? Do you think they can do better? Yeah? Okay, everybody thinks you guys can do better. Let's try it one more time, okay? Ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and go! That was great, guys. I'd love for you to recreate that one last time for me. The loudest you can. Yes? Okay. 3, 2, 1, and go! Wonderful. Thank you so much for participating. You guys clearly got the boost. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break. The next map awaits, so stay tuned.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
வேடிக்கை பார்ப்பவர்களும் விமர்சனம் செய்பவர்களும் அங்கேயே நின்று விடுகிறார்கள். களம் கண்டு உழைப்போரே முன்னேறி செல்கிறார்கள். திறனோடு அறம் கொண்டு களம் கண்டால் தரமான வெற்றி வரும். இது நம்ம ஆட்டம். களம் நமதே.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A beautiful wrangle came to a very end, but this final day of CEGC 2025 is just getting heated up with IQOOSOUL reaching 139 points. They have activated the smash rule for themselves, but also on the desk I have my G, Lucifer, back with me. So Lucifer, this wrangle has been really exceptional for a lot of teams. Victorious Summers coming into the play, even VASISTA taking away the chicken dinner. I mean, the mid-table looks really, really congested, but for the top order, I feel like the pressure is still on the top 3 teams.
What's happening to all teams on this last end final? I still don't make sense of things, because day 1 completely different performances, day 2 completely different performance, and day 3 it seems like they're all fighting for the championship trophy, even though IQOOSOUL is running away with it. There's God's Reign, who played an 18 finish game in the first one. In the next, you saw how much they withstood the damage coming in from opponent teams. They were in the top 3, which was not the case in the first map. When you go to VASISTA and Victorious Summers, these two teams at the end of day 1 and somewhere around mid day 2, we were talking about that they should be the contenders, but they vanished all of a sudden. But now they're appearing. Where are we heading to? But in the meanwhile of all these races happening, right, this is similar to the table topper already at the finish line while the others are still around the third quarter of things. But we'll talk about it when we get to the overall standings. But for now, Victorious Summers' Mafia is going to be sitting with a total of 5 finishes as the MVP of ERANGEL.
He did a fantabulous job in securing all the finishes and keeping the team's banner high in the competition. While Victorious Summers, they were facing so many concussions, one after another, while they were holding that one compound in the open yards. But also they handled the situation really well. They went out in the open, they got the finishes where they wanted. The proper 2-2 split helped in their aggression, but just couldn't get the game home for their side. Going all out will be Mafia, followed by the best companion will be Always, having 3 rescues to his name. But at the end, it's going to be Hector with that 1 assist he gave and 2 finishes that he has taken for his team.
The final finisher coming in from Hector, and this is why I don't know, I think CEGC 2025 has been a battle between the IGLs as well as the MVPs. And Always, the reason that Victorious Summers ended up in the top 2 was Always bringing them from that compound where he survived, fought with NONX, and made sure that he bought enough time, even reviving Fury, which was a task in itself, but somehow thankful to K9 being dragged to another fight. And when we talk about the match standings, VASISTA Esports just by a difference of 1 point, and thanks to the chicken dinner, they are sitting at a total of 18. Otherwise, Victorious Summers with the highest total number of finishes at 11 and a total of 17 points. GDR falling a little short this time. They had 18 finishes in total last game, but they are sitting at a total of 13, and that is the last of the double digits. And from 4th position, we went into Versatile, and they have 4 and 4, sharing each, making the total of 8.
K9 having 8 points, followed by INFINIX True Rippers and IQOO with 5 points each. WELT Esports have 4, while INFINIX True Rippers, they are in that second spot around the overall rankings, right? Just below IQOOSOUL. They had to take a good amount of points from this match because IQOOSOUL took an early exit, but they failed to do so, and only 5 points is what they have to be happy with. While IQOO REVENANT XSPARK, they also scored only 4 points in this match. A lot of teams who had the opening to get some more points, maybe use this opportunity of IQOOSOUL's early exit, they couldn't do much. But right now, talking about the entire match summary, Delta PG will have the highest number of finishes, tying up with VS Mafia.
Well, Mafia did do the job. I think Delta, he had a lot more going on in his favor, maybe even against him at times, and he stood upon it, while we do look at Justin on his team. But on the other end, AUTOBOTZ Pro and as well as Goten tried their best. Victorious Summers, we already spoke about them, highest. ONEPLUS God's Reign with a total of 8 in terms of finishes, VASISTA as well as 8. K9 at 6, best contribution going in for Goten. Tried his best, unable to hold his standing thanks to Slug over there, but I'm missing Slug here in terms of performance. I think after finding a clutch, saving his team twice in a fight, unfortunate that the other teams took up that limelight.
Talking about the limelight factor, we have to keep our eyes open on the stamina play of the match. After 13 matches, IQOOSOUL, you can see their rating, the survival rating is 1.73. They have 3 chicken dinners out of the 13 games that they've played. But top 3, they have come only 1 time. Then top 10, they have come 3 times. So you can kind of get a gist about how many finishes that they've racked up in order to be on the top.
Their survival rating as well is very close, but this is the reason we've been talking about. Their survival is not something of a concern for anybody other than themselves. Their only reason for survival is grabbing more finishes, not placement points. And whenever that happens, it keeps going on. When you look at VASISTA Esports, it is VASISTA Esports trying to push even further. And I think when they keep fighting for it, I feel like VASISTA Esports have an opportunity to see if they had a trophy, if they fought like they fought on day one. Same goes for Versatile. As you can see, they've missed out on a lot of opportunities to get to top 3. They've been around the circuit in the top 5 of the previous games that we've witnessed, but I don't know what could change as of now. Victor SUMUS on the other end, they've played the part in both top 3 and top 10, but here is the team which soars above 1 in the survival rating, and this tells that this team fights for survival to stay on the top, and consistently they've been trying to do that, only after having a downfall yesterday, which was actually very crucial to stay on top.
Every day matters the most, and probably WELT is one of the teams, those who have had a really great experience about that. They also have a survival rating which obviously soars about 1.25, and then out of 13 matches they've taken 2 chicken dinners, which were the first 2 games of the day number 1 and day number 2, and then again coming in the top 3, 1 time, top 10, 5 times. They have done some good job, followed by Kane, and also they have got 5 top 10s for themselves, and 1 time they have come in the top 3. Not a single chicken dinner, not a kind of results as what they have wanted for themselves, but instantly jumping on the other team, it's going to be NONX.
When you talk about NONX, this is the team lurking in the shadows, having an even better survival rating, and this is why I said they lurk in the shadows of opponent teams' plays. They figure out their approach only when it matters, but as of now, they've not got closer to the none other than Smash Rule. Let's see if they do. However, God's Reign, they did have an opportunity, but ONEPLUS God's Reign, after not getting a big whammy of a winner-winner chicken dinner, their game 2, even though Delta tried his best for the team survival, fought with Justin till the very end, bringing their team to a top 3, the numbers were not enough. But with all of that put aside, let's jump into the overall standings and see where this proceeds. Is Team IQOOSOUL will be at a total of exact 139, which is the criteria for the Smash Rule, with the additional 10 points which was decided yesterday, as this will be the benchmark. They've reached it. However, the other teams, they are still away. A team which is or could be close by is going to be True Rippers, and they're at a difference of 23 points. And you go to God's Reign, they're at a difference of 26. That is a game, Necros. They need a big winner-winner chicken dinner game, and I know both these two teams have the possibility, but can they stop IQOOSOUL from getting a chicken dinner?
Yeah, that's where the exact question lies, because the next map in question will be the map of Miramar. Victorious SUMUS with a good match. They have climbed up to the 4th spot in the overall rankings, dropping down IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK and WELT Esports down the ladder. Even VASISTA, they've climbed up till the 7th position with 94 points on the board. The question remains really simple and steady, that which team will take away the chicken dinner in the next match. It's a really important factor, because if IQOOSOUL wins it, they win the championship in the map of Miramar. But will the other teams allow it? That's a big question. But in the second half of the entire overall ranking, Lucifer, FS, Versatile, they will be there intact in that spot, while FS, they have dropped down a position, while K9 and AUTOBOTZ, they have climbed up 1 position up.
The teams in this second page of the overall standings, if you kind of look at their perspective from the Smash Rule, do they have a possibility? Kind of maybe not, because they need 50 points in the next 4 games, which highly looks improbable. But what they can do is, yes, try their opportunities to get to the podium, and on top of it, as we've already been talking about it, once you're at the Smash Rule, it means that you need to get a chicken dinner. Stop that from happening. They could become the problems. They could be the pins which, before the nade strikes, they need to pull out, and maybe they do it. So let's see if that happens as we jump into the map schedule, which shows us the first 2 chicken dinners of the day. Started off with INFINIX, True Rippers, and from there we thought they will be jumping closer, but it's still ongoing battle as we head over towards Miramar, before which VASISTA Esports secured their winner-winner chicken dinner. Still seems to be a long day. I think Miramar still has a chance. We still remember in the Grand-Finals itself, Necros, it was a battle of a 2v4 or a 2v3 with FS Esports, and then Goblin brought it back along with Joker, and it was IQOOSOUL to grab a chicken dinner on Miramar, where the possibility was less than 50%. And if they do one more like that, it could become theirs. They could become the champion right here. still the danger strikes. Even if Miramar passes through, there's ERANGEL coming soon.
Exactly. IQOOSOUL, the map of ERANGEL has been really a blessing for them in the entire Grand Finals, maybe in the entire tournament, to be really honest. That it comes in the map of Miramar. Keeping Rondo aside, Miramar has been the second best map for IQOOSOUL, where they have performed really well. They have a really good chart. They have really good stats in that particular map, to be fair. Followed by INFINIX True Rippers. They also have a really good stat in the map of Miramar. The kind of rotations, the early drop clash with Cincinnati kids have always given them those early 4 points in every Miramar that they've played so far in the Grand Finals. I'm not quite sure whether CK, why haven't they changed their draw? Why haven't they went for another opportunity or maybe another kind of drop location for themselves? Because every Miramar they have taken or conceded so much damage, which is being inflicted in the overall ranking. But keeping CK aside, for INFINIX True Rippers, this Miramar is really important because they are competing for the championship, they are competing for the title, and if they can grab the 4 early points in this map as well, this can be a really head start for them.
Let's see if this is a head start for everybody if possible. But one thing for now, as we eye on this trophy, a man who could have had an opportunity if it continued from day one was OAS. But it still seems like the possibility is there. This is what we've been talking about. Now OAS and his team, Victor SUMUS, in their last stint under this banner, are at a total of 90 points. But on the other end, K9, Slug, Amit making a small vlog of things to see their journey when their retrospect of how this tournament was. I think Omega right now is just telling the team, do everything that's possible, because today is the last day. Just get in and start. And them getting to know that it's time for the game now. While on the other end, it's not all fun at times for INFINIX True Rippers. As you can see, Jelly, his team figuring things out. Soul, the pressure even raked up now that they have met the criteria of Smash Rule. And Knuckles' expression has not at all changed. Joker, legit, Goblin, there might be smiles, there might be exchanging laughters, but Knuckle, poker face and serious into the game for the championship title.
Hasn't changed the entire expression, start until you win. Probably this is what the mindset of the Batman is of IQOOSOUL. But also talking about a team like WELT Esports, those who have showcased some really good resilience in the entire Grand Finals. I'm really hoping that they finish at least closer to the podium, standing in the 6th position, not far away from the top 3. One good game and WELT Esports can also turn the overall rankings upside down and inch closer to the podium. But also this team, Lucifer, VXT, what a beautiful comeback story that they showed us in the day number 1. But the day 2, the kind of setback they received has hurt them really bad.
Setbacks. Is there going to be any, as we are going to be gearing up for Miramar? A big setback was when 2025 started for IQOOSOUL. They've been trying time and again. So many changes in their end. While we just saw a glimpse of Versatile and Somraj, they started off with a trophy, but it's not replicated later down the line in 2025. Punk, a lot of them thought in his previous run he would be lifting a trophy, but they got closer. It was a chance, but then ended up missing. And now he's under new banner, leading another set of youngsters ready, gunning and looking forward to a trophy. And again, it seems to be on and off for him as well. But hey, at CEGC at this point on the last day, there's anything and everything happening, Necros.
Final, it can be the final match. It cannot. A lot of questions, but one thing as an answer of which team will bag away this chicken dinner. This is what matters the most. All the players seems to be set as we are already in that spawn island of the map of Miramar. ONEPLUS, God's Reign, INFINIX True Rippers, IQOOSOUL, 3 teams competing, followed by Victorious Summers. Those have also crossed 100 points. But a long way for all the other 3 teams. But right away, this is where we draw the lines. This is where we start the map of Golden Sand as we dive in to the virtual map of Miramar.
Action starts now. It is going to be match 3 of day 3. This is the halfway mark with already Smash Rule being enabled. And the flight path starts from the very north at lakh. heads all the way towards the spawn island and Minas del Sur. While the journey is being traversed by all these players, the mindset for them is either deny IQOOSOUL completely in terms of having a chicken dinner, or fight so much that we enable our own smash rule at the end of Miramar. That's a big objective to get, because as you said, the difference sits at 23 to 26 points for the top 2 itself, or the top 3 in the podium. That should tell you how difficult IQOOSOUL have made as we are heading towards Miramar. But they're also not safe and sound. They also know that teams will be eyeing for them, and there it is, the Cincinnati kids that you spoke about could become a problem here. And Ash, we thought his splurge on finishes and chicken dinners will start from day 2. It did seem that way, but didn't continue.
Also, the drop clash has been evaded. I'm really glad to see the last moment. INFINIX True Rippers will be really happy, Sam. Cincinnati kids, all the other Miramars have contested in the Chumaseda, but the circle, oh my god. Northeastern shift. IQOOSOUL will be pretty happy. Cincinnati kids, Victorious Summers, everybody would be pretty happy with the circle that they have received. But can't say the very same for VASISTA, ONEPLUS, Godrein. They have to travel a long way. While there's a really initial drop clash between VXT and BLITZ.
Versatile. Can they seek some points? Take it away. BLITZ, this is the performance that should have been seen from day 1. But I feel like they're taking against a team who are clearly controlled and composed under the leadership of Somraj. He's the one who found the first pick. Smoker, a nade tossed, very well placed, and servers down. And simultaneously even Chandan goes down. They've already lost the player, and it's all up to the last player, Soham. And Smoker making it feel even worse with the melee, telling them that you shouldn't have invited yourselves here. We never welcomed you. And what does Soham do now?
Every other game, it has costed so much for BLITZ in the early phase of the game. Now Chandan being taken down, nothing can be done. In last map of ERANGEL also, it was about INFINIX True Rippers that they tried to barge in the Georgia Pool containers. They got punished. Yes, 2 finishes were conceded, but once again, it backfired them in a really worst way possible. And then this time as well, the Miramar, it has given them one of the deadliest dents in the entire match that they could have never asked for. But Soham right away, he has to do a heavy lifting. If he can clutch things out all by himself, it can be a historic clutch against VXT. But the possibility seems really very low. That too in the home grounds of VXT. El Pozo has always been the kingdom for Somraj. No matter which team he's leading, the amount of players or the names that he's leading as a team, nobody has ever kind of, dethroned him from his home ground. That's El Pozo in the map of Miramar. And he will keep on doing the things in the very same manner in every other tournament that he's playing.
What does he do from here? Just hearing sounds, using TPP. It's a long shot for him to even imagine if there's something from beyond these lines. Let's talk about the circle itself. It's moved north, which should again favor IQOOSOUL. Look at their position. La Cobreria is where they dropped. And when they drop itself, they took a 2-2 split. With Joker and Legit tagging together, they should head over towards Cruz del Val. Or even Torre Hamuda if they want. Because none of the teams are going to be rotating from the north if the map. They'll all be coming from the west or the south. Godrein, a team that we thought when they started they should get the chicken dinner. 18 finishes. I'm still starstruck on the performance that they delivered on Rondo. Now yes, it is a map where you get a lot more opportunities to find eliminations, but if that did continue, I think all of a sudden, out of the blue, out of these play zones and maps, Godrein would have instantaneously jumped to a fight with IQOOSOUL. But for now, as we did already mention, they're at a difference, and that difference is almost a map or more. Depends on the number of finishes that gets grabbed, which is not the same case for IQOOSOUL. A chicken dinner away for them.
And the best part about it is that they have a really good space. They have a really good breathing space for themselves inside the circle on the northern front. INFINIX True Rippers, they will be pretty happy with the entire zone, the entire area being under their name. No contentions whatsoever. But in the meantime, BLITZ Esports, they will be taking an exit. Soham, the final player who was surviving, has been taken down and out by VXT. All the 4 finishes confirmed, while Team Versatile, they will have a good start for themselves as they will be trying to inch closer to the podium. This might be a good start in the map of Miramar. If the entire championship goes till the final match itself, probably we can see Versatile maybe in the top 5 as well, like the performance that they're delivering right now. But also about Victorious Summers, Lucifer, a team who has crossed the 100 marker by the performance that they have kind of uplifted in the last ERANGEL. They will be also looking forward to have another big game in their bag.
Everybody's looking forward to a big game, especially with IQOOSOUL. I think right as now the storyline is going to be just spinning webs about and around IQOOSOUL. They have the smash rule active while every other team is lagging behind so far. AUTOBOTZ, another team from the home ground. Another opportunity is where we thought they could strike hard, but it's not been working. Lobster trying his best. Ralphie also somehow chimed in, but it's not been the side that they would loud for. But in the meantime, there is a side that Revenant XSPARK are setting eyes on. It's going to be on finishes, trying to jump up on the race, get themselves to smash rule if possible, or at least the podium, as they've already picked the finish hungry in the aggressive player from the side of K9.
Not kind of great start actually for K9 as Slug is down, as you mentioned. Though they are in the smack center of the circle, they will drive a lot of attention towards their end. Good opportunity for K9 to also spoil the game for a lot of teams if they can get the finishes right. They have good compound, hard covers to play along with. A lot of rotations will be there to and fro around this compound. FS, just one of them, trying to get some information whether this compound is empty or not, because who is an IGL who don't want to get a position around the central part of the circle? Whenever you are in the center area, it makes your rotation easier in the next drastic shifts. Even IQOOSOUL, they will be up north, closer to K9 and FS. We'll have to see how things are going to turn around for them.
Lot to do. This is going to be an interesting Miramar. You can already feel this feels a little different from the other previous games that we witnessed, Necros.
Yeah.
The others, every team were hunting for finishes, chicken dinners and all of it. All of a sudden here on Miramar, with the smash rule enabled, the tempo or the feel of this map, all of it completely is changed. The kind of mindset coming in from teams has changed. Nobody is ready to do any mistake. Even the start when we saw Rondo, it was similar, that nobody wanted to do mistakes, but once finishes started rolling, they couldn't stop it on Rondo. But now here on Miramar, they can. Another shift in the circle, a drastic one. It moves away from IQOOSOUL. We spoke about Soul having an opportunity. They did make a move from the north, got the center of the circle. The circle decides against them. Now that could open a weak site where Cincinnati kids behind enemy lines could strike, because it is still Soul at the edges of the circle towards the top of things.
In the meantime as well, so many teams clustering around the center. IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK. You see AUTOBOTZ in the mix alongside NONX. And one thing which I feel that maybe IQOOSOUL can adapt to is that let the other teams take their fights. Let the lobby get a little lighter. And every Miramar, Soul hasn't kind of got a lot more finishes in their bag, like 5, 6, 7, max to max 8 is what they're racked up in every other Miramar in the Grand-Finals, and focused more on the placement points, which can be the usual game, but Fierce going way too up. Will be punished for that against Ralphie. A head-on 1v2 fight, but the entire cavalry comes and strikes against IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK. Not able to figure out what to do next. Punk arrived, but the deed has been done as Pro has been taken down. A good retaliation from Punk's end, but IQOO, Revenant, XSPARK, they're being shot from multiple directions as Punk seems really helpless.
Gets taken down. Last man Trace, his position spotted. They'll try to take him down in the vehicle itself he's running from. But somehow Trace dodges all of it and Trace is out of the bullets. But I don't think he'll be safe and sound. Look at the direction he's heading in. He's heading into a lot more enemies. And one or the other will be able to spot and put him down. How many bullets can this car withstand? How many people could maybe he dodge the eyes of? Seems like somehow he's done it. But still a little bit of a verticality for INFINIX True Rippers to spot Trace God out there. But hey, for now, he's going to be trying to buy some more time for his teammates. While on the other end, AUTOBOTZ, we were just talking about them. This is the AUTOBOTZ we know. And this is the reason we said, with Lobster having a lot on his shoulders, it's been Ralphie, and Ralphie has stepped up once again. Denied all the 3 entries that they tried on. Knocked them down, grabbed the finishes. But him alone cannot do all of it. It's just been the storyline for AUTOBOTZ throughout this grand finals. If Lobster's performing, then the other guys aren't. And if Ralphie is performing, Lobster is unable to get that space because he's already exhausted. This is even the discussion me and Arka were having when you talk about the MVP or when you pick about the star players from individual teams. Let's hope there's a lot going on when we come towards 2026 for AUTOBOTZ, but for now, a lot going on is going to be in the circle. It takes another shift, but this time a little central one, keeping all teams in spots where they can continue their own fights, which has already started, and one such is going to be GDR with Team TAMILAS, almost for a knock, but somehow Poco survives.
Still will be quiet, but Delta won't be able to connect them well. One finish resisted, ONEPLUS God's Reign. Once again, they are looking forward for points. Dragon is knocked out. Sadly, the finish will be confirmed by Justin as well, but ONEPLUS God's Reign, they're interested in securing some more finishes. Dragon's finish will be stolen away by Proton from afar. WELT Esports, they have had their eyes on this fight for a longer period of time. ONEPLUS God's Reign won't be pretty happy with the kind of result that they've received. Yes, one finish is what they will have, but could have got some more. But VXT seems to be facing a lot of troubles against IQOOSOUL on the western front of the circle. 2 to 3 players down and out. VXT, they had a really good start against BLITZ, and right now being thrashed by IQOOSOUL is one of the most worst possible thing that they were ever expect in the game of Miramar.
Versatile and Cincinnati Kids were the only 2 teams who could strike IQOOSOUL from the north. And once Soul understood that, they decided, hey, let's not let that happen. Let's not any team make a move on us because they're the ones who have the opportunity, and what a way to strike upon Versatile. They found 2 finishes, and instantly, I think that was red from Cincinnati Kids who were close on the map. They decide to move in the other direction, go out again in the play zone, tank that damage and entry from another spot. Every team right now is trying to keep an eye on the finish feed and stay away from Soul. It seems to be the motto of Miramar as of now. I don't know, some kind of fear has been instilled into all the teams. And what is IQOOSOUL doing? Taking advantage of it. And they have so much space just because of those 2 finishes they grabbed.
They split apart the players of VXT just a few moments ago, but once again they will be looking forward to reunite. IQOOSOUL's strategy is simple and clear, Lucifer. They want to play on the edges, get the finishes, enter the circle, clear the path, and again dive deeper inside the circle. That's the entire strategy, is what I feel like. They've also got NONX right in front of their eyes, which can be their next target. In the meantime, even Cincinnati Kids rotating and piercing through 2 different teams. VASISTA on the west, and on the east there is going to be another team in the mix. I've seen CK's rotation is quite questionable. IQOO team TAMILAS, they better be ready for Flock's instant nightmare that might just come in any moment.
Missed again. Poco, some kind of a protective shield on him. He's able to dodge bullets. I mean, he does get hit with bullets, but dodges a knock happening. Now, Cincinnati Kids have information because of Flock's response on Team TAMILAS. Poco, let's wait and watch if that's going to continue. Piet Baba on the other end making a run on the foot towards the circle. Poco also the same because his vehicle's gone for. He cannot contain another set of burst shots coming on his vehicle. And that's going to burst, and for sure he's going to be knocked. So the best bet is going to be walking, running, and looking forward to taking down the team who took a shot on him. But can he spot anything? They're right next to him. They're moving in the other direction. They're moving to a compound which Poco will be unable to do anything about. On the other end, Cincinnati Kids, they make the right move when VASISTA Esports are hurt. Hector has to stop it. Ash so close with the nade ready. If there's another knock found, it could be an opening for Cincinnati Kids to finish off VASISTA Esports in a jiffy.
This nade can be problematic from the side of Ash. If it makes a proper connection, it can get another opening. But Siraj, he's just up close in person alongside Veyron. They want to push it right away. They're taking the time. The angles are not quite accurate for a team pushing from the bottom, but the connection would be great. Scary John was cooking up an 8, but not the timing was accurate. 2 finishes down and out in the blink of an eye as Cincinnati kids. They're trying to find the best of the openings at this moment. While from the backyards, they have heard the commotion. Simp has been knocked and confirmed. VASISTA Esports, the one last player who was surviving, trying to survive, maybe could take him down, but Siraj, this can be an early upset, but before the confirmation, Ash arrives as a savior, saves his teammate, and wipes the entirety of VASISTA Esports from the map of Miramar. But while they have wiped out VASISTA, there is another team knocking at the back doors. This is going to be IQOO Team TAMILAS.
But I think Team Tamilas are only looking for survival. They were already hit by Cincinnati kids. They'll just try to keep them at bay for now. NONX, they're close. Circle moving away from them. IQOOSOUL, they've already had their approach to get inside towards those big containers, these open dunes. And they will be easily getting in as well. They already have this split from a long time ongoing, and it's been working out for them. A safe and sound 2-2 approach that they're moving with.
Look at the kind of split that they have already on the northern front, but there are going to be some confirmations. Goblin is knocked and confirmed. That is going to be a tragic side for the side of IQOOSOUL. But in the meantime, INFINIX to rip his position seems really hard. They can have a lot of finishes from this position. They have the height advantage. They have the informations that can be relayed down to all the teammates. Hard covers to play with. A beautiful spot, in my opinion. But what they have to do is just make sure that ONEPLUS God's Reign doesn't enter the circle. Though it's a long distance from the position where they're holding. But if they can manage to find some finishes, it would be great. But WELT Esports are intact in one spot, and IQOO Team TAMILAS, this is the worst possible position that you can ever stop your steps to be in. But now they have to fight. Beard Baba has to fight for his life. The Molotov would make a good connection. Might just get a couple of finishes or knockouts at this moment, but keeping the hopes alive for IQOO Team TAMILAS. It seems like Beard Baba is trying to survive as long as possible, but the shots are still underway from the side of AUTOBOTZ Esports. But Beard Baba just making life worse for the players of WELT Esports.
Last man standing is going to be Sham. What can he do? So much shots being taken. Another molly being dropped, and Proton's confirmation will come through. Sham is super low on health. Beard Baba. Wait, what? Somebody else took him out, and Beard Baba will have grace upon himself. Somebody as an angel watching, and you have to give it to him as well. Kudos. He used instant molly as soon as he was around this wooden shack, because all the players from WELT were stuck inside, and that molly pushed them to go out, take a lot of damage from the other teams, and Team TAMILAS will survive. We'll have total of 5 finishes, and we'll see if they could do a lot more damage to anybody. But Legit, after losing Goblin, is close to NONX. It was FS who took this, and he's thinking to make sure he clear the edges of these play zones, because from that time onwards, we've been seeing that IQOOSOUL want to play edge to edge. They do not want to jump into the center of the circle. They were just making their way away from the play zone, and they got hurt. And that hurt has to be relayed on somebody. And they're trying their best case possible, if on NONX or FS.
Oh, that is going to be problematic. AUTOBOTZ chiming in for the third-party approach. Has a lot of shots on Legit. Choker survives for now, but can he give a quick revival to Legit? That's a big question. A rescue mission has to be there. Have to lift Legit up, get inside a vehicle, and then rotate as quickly as possible. While on the other end of the spectrum, it's going to be Knuckle trying to survive against the odds, but the nades coming in his direction. Can be problematic for Knuckle. FS also from behind. Oh, Legit, he won't be surviving. Joker and Knuckle, big responsibility on these two lads. They have been there together for a long time, but they have to make sure that this match fall into the pieces, though it seems really dicey for them.
Did not clear the northwestern front of the circle, and now they're being pummeled by a lot of nades, bullets, and they've lost 2 players. AUTOBOTZ, they start very heavy when they took on REVENANT XSPARK, and they want to continue that. Have an opportunity as the zone's closing in. Lobster spotted with the help of the vehicle, and that information has gone to Pro. Now Pro will make an initial approach. Lobster following back, while Ari Ben Ralphie is still holding back. Damage is done, but Pro is the one to go down. What's happening here? Mistakes from Autobots, not taking a teamed approach, might be losing players. Somehow Joker and Knuckle dodging all of it, running circles around the garage and trying to find a counter knock. But with one going down, it's only on the IGL now. Knuckle has to save the day, but it'll not happen now. It is going to be Autobots in their spree of finding finishes, push it to 6, and they want a lot more. As we also have a new record upon our screens, it's going to be INFINIX True Rippers Hydro reaching 40 total finishes in the Grand Finals. Yesterday, we did see Goblin's name pop up, and now it's INFINIX True Rippers getting up for something new.
In the meantime, Esports are also indulging themselves in the fight with Chennai Esports. 3 finishes registered. They have heard IQOOSOUL. Now, upon their hands, it's going to be Victorious SUMUS as well, waiting for this fight to end and probably hunt on to those weaklings that they will survive from this fight. But in the meantime, a lot of fights brewing up in all the other places of the map of Miramar. In the meantime, K9 takes an exit. Esports, they will be surviving in the game and they will continue and they will live to fight another day. But IQOO REVENANT XSPARK, they also take an exit as True Rippers. They will still be surviving. A lot of finishes being registered in their name as they're trying to inch closer to the entire total of Smash Rule. But for Autobots, they are keeping their eyes open, still outside of the play zone, waiting for the other teams to rotate and find a sweet spot on which they might just spray on.
FS, they are the ones who dealt the initial casualty, but they also have a casualty that they are going to be facing, and that's going to be one of their MVP fraggers. That's Sahil OP out, and they're going to be playing as a 3-man strong front. They know Autobots' position because that's where they even took out a player from Seoul. Autobots on the other end, they have all their players standing. Now FS have to figure out how they approach inside the circle, whether they take upon Victorious SUMUS, who are also 4-man strong, or move towards Autobots. They are the ones who are holding the circle away from FS. And Roman moving in for information, gets hit with bullets. He's lost the tire now and he's stuck in the open.
Gradually the shots will be fired. Levi survives, but not for how long. I want to wonder. Barely manages to escape. He's completely smoked out, but Aree makes sure that he doesn't go through his side. Autobots, they will be looking forward to gatekeep the players of Esports. In the meantime, Aree and the company make sure all the players are taken down and out, as Roman was the last player surviving, but even he will be taken down. Autobots, what a beautiful way to roll things out for themselves. But on the other end of the spectrum, INFINIX True Rippers, 7 finishes registered. Harsh, Shelly, Kyolamau still surviving. One of the crucial players, Hydro, is out. But INFINIX True Rippers, if they can bag a chicken dinner at this moment, it can be a really blessing in disguise.
26 points is what they need. They've grabbed already 8 and they're looking forward to a lot more. Same goes for God's Reign. They need around 29, 23 and 26, yes, respectively. But they've gotten 8. God's Reign, they've just gotten 4. So True Rippers, they have a better chance here in terms of pushing for a chicken dinner. And when you talk about God's Reign, they're down to their last 2 survivors. Delta barely surviving, so it has to be Justin right now, pulling up something amazing. But it seems like Justin might be moving in the other direction, buying some more time, or maybe even making a run for it. He only has the edge of the circle and 50 seconds on the clock as the play zone is closing. Delta, he has patched himself, but he, I think, used the last first aid and he has nothing else going on in his favor. A couple of boosters, bandages I did spot. Nades are yes there, but if he decides to throw the nades down, Necros' position will be revealed.
Yeah, that is going to be really problematic. Even IQOO 8-bit, they're also waiting for this fight to commence as they have taken some couple of shots on the players of INFINIX True Rippers. But in the meantime, Victorious SUMUS, they have been really silent throughout the game so far. This is the right time that they have to start things off. Autobots right in front of their eyes. 9 finishes backed up for them against the odds. Victorious SUMUS, they've always struck in the most hardest situations. And this might be one of those situations where Victorious SUMUS would love to win a fight. Lobster just trying to cook up a nade at the right spot, trying to drop things up, give a little splash damage to the players of Victorious SUMUS, but still it is going to be an artillery fight between these 2 big warheads.
Circle shifts, giving 8-bit the advantage. True Rippers on the other end face a knock. Victorious SUMUS holding off Autobots. All the big fights happening now in this final circle. Victorious SUMUS have already dropped Ralphie, but a counter nade. Mafia takes the brunt damage of it and sends his onslaughting. Assault is ahead. It's at least buying time for some. But Fury missing a lot, and that gives Autobots a recovery, and they completely finish off Victorous SUMUS in their chance of getting a lot more points. And Autobots completely tuned and channeled in here on Miramar, looking forward to showing what they mean this LAN for. And they are surging through, and 8-bit, the ones who had the circle, are moving towards Autobots to see if they stand a chance against them. But with momentum, Autobots might be looking better, but Lobster makes a mistake, running out up in the open. And an opening knock has been dealt, and back again, Autobots in trouble.
This is really problematic, but what was this performance? What is this kind of play? Where was Autobots hiding a gameplay like this? They have been the dark horses in the competition with so many finishes backed up. Man, this is looking crazy for Autobots, but IQOO 8-bit, they just have the topographic advantage as they will be looking forward to utilize it. But INFINIX 2 Rippers just beside them. Now, this is going to be completely another shift of the game if INFINIX 2 Rippers manage to wipe out the players of IQOO 8-bit. Things can literally roll in a different direction. But Autobots Pro trying to survive inside the vehicle. Not much players to work out with. Weird Baba will be spotted. The 14th finish being registered for Autobots. They have claimed a lot of finishes, spoiled a lot of dreams, but now they are standing tall in the map of Golden Sand.
Down to the last 3 teams. The number better for IQOO 8-bit. The circle better in their favor. But what is their approach? Right now, they're in a split barrier of a hold. They've created an artificial compound in their favor, breaking the circle in half and then dropping a big nade on Jelly. And Jelly had no space. The zone was closing. He's knocked. His teammate is knocked. It's only Kiolamau. And we thought it could have been an opportunity for INFINIX True Rippers, and their dreams will be shut down. And the last one comes in from Autobots. 8-bit have this in their favor. They have this circle, as we already spoke about. Autobots hard stuck on that ridge. They have nothing working in their favor. 4 finishes for 8-bit, and seems like they want to close it. Vehicles galore, moving in all directions, surging against Autobots.
This is the fight of a lifetime. Autobots in a tad bit of disadvantaged position. Pro has to take this 1v1 against Skips, but eventually he wins the fight. Autobots, they're trying to fight back as much as possible. 17 finishes registered. Sarang is down and out. But now the retaliation, everything lies down on Reeb, being completely sandwiched from 2 directions. Raiden on one end, another it's going to be Juicy. Autobots, they have done a really good fight back out in the open, but Reeb is still trying to manage things up. Juicy coming up from a different end. That's an MK in the hand of Raiden, a god in the close range, but Reeb won't be able to survive the thrash of 2 different players as IQOO 8-bit. They will be walking away with the winner chicken dinner, but also have to give all the credit to Autobots for such an immense play like this.
A big one coming in their favor. And they're finally showing the home crowd what it means to be playing a LAN in Chennai. But yes, it is going to be IQOO 8-bit, something that we kind of thought they could start off on yesterday. They will be able to do it now, and this is why I said Juicy is the man. When he needs, he will deliver.
Congratulations to IQOO 8-bit. Might not be able to win the tournament, but would prefer to secure a podium position. Of course, they still have that going for them. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, there's been an incredible display of skill and talent from them. Congratulations to the entire time. And then with that, we move on to a very exciting segment. We're going to come back to all of y'all for the Who's Got the Boost competition. Who's willing to compete this time around? All you need to do is raise your hands. Who would like to participate in Who's Got the Boost contest? Yes, can you step up? Can you just stand up if you're willing to participate? Come on. So we can bring the camera to you. Yaar ready irkeenga? Onnume illenga. Maliya yaar? Endirchu nilunga paakalam. Yaarku participate pannumo? I want you to get up and stand. Can we get the cameras on them? Okay, cool. You guys are ready? You all can participate together. Okay, at the count of 2, 3, 1, all of you all have to do is scream out loud. Yes? Ready? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and go! Wow, okay. இப்பதான் இன்னைக்கு தான் சென்னை வைபே ஃபீல் ஆகுது. மறுபடியும் ட்ரை பண்ணலாமா? Okay, எல்லாரும் ஒண்ணா சேர்ந்து as loud as you can show us that you got the boost in 3, 2, 1, and go! Wonderful. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting all the teams. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have something very, very exciting coming your way. Now, before I tell you more about it, I'm going to request everyone to focus your attention to the AV screen.
It is never easy to fit in. Neither am I a princess to be saved. But every right move, every single click, made Zaya. I found my first controller at 12, a portal to another world, a world of pixelated battlegrounds. With pointed fingers and doubts, the grind couldn't wait. Nor did I. I went on and on for years. I fought all the way alone. And finally, I have found my pack.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a twist in the tale for the REVENANT XSPARK team. I'm going to quickly welcome the latest addition. Can we all put hands together and welcome Zaya? A big, big, big round of applause for this incredible creator. There she is. Obviously, she's joining the REVENANT XSPARK team. Great to have you here. I'm going to hand over the mic to you. Share a few words with us.
Oh my god, that was so insane. Thank you guys so much for all your cheers. It feels awesome to be here, and also even more so that now, as you saw, I am part of REVENANT XSPARK, and it just feels so amazing. I can't wait for all the amazing collabs and content that we are coming up with very soon. Also, huge thank you to the Tamil Nadu government for initiating this amazing tournament and allowing all of you guys to showcase your talent. And yeah, oh my god, I'm just so excited. Thank you so much to Chennai Esports as well for giving such a big platform to all these teams. And yeah, I'm just so happy to be here, and I can't wait for what the future holds for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're also supremely excited and can't wait for all the insane content that you're going to create. Thank you for joining us on stage. I'm going to let you go and sit down. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to take a quick break. But after the break, our journey continues to ERANGEL, so stay tuned.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited Love, B6, Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊடட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Portira Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும். லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் மேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல நிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாடா ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான். ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்.
Red Bull gives you wings. every day with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊடட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Portira Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும். லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல நிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான். ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்.
Eagle gives you wings.
While we are still looking forward to a champion, we are still striving hard to figure out if the chicken dinner is going to happen. The smash rule coming into play. Teams are going all out in those last few matches in the last day of CEGC 2025. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is going to be Arka, and we are here for the action of game number 4. Arka, after you witnessed IQOO 8-bit and Autobots, what do you feel?
I feel that all the teams in the bottom, they just want to make sure that they at least end up with the podium, and everybody are thriving hard. But yes, it all comes down to how True Rippers and God's Reign are going to play this game eventually, because slowly and steadily the spotlight is moving away from Soul, and True Rippers and God's Reign are also trying to make their place inside it.
I don't know, Arka, if they are or some other team is trying to do it, because God's Reign, the way they have been fighting for, it could have been another opportunity for them. As we said, when they ended the game 2, it was them around at 26 points of a difference, and above them INFINIX True Rippers at 23. But now the gaps kind of maybe trickle down to what an extent we will eventually understand. But out of INFINIX to True Rippers and God's Reign, do you think there's another team trying for the podium finish?
I think so, because I see Victorious Summer still trying to push hard, because they are also one of the other teams who are very close to that 3rd or the 4th spot. But before which, we'll be looking at the most valuable player of the previous game. Pro gave it all, 6 finishes, 13th position, but I believe with consistency comes a lot of rewards.
This is what was needed from Autobots for a far long time, Arka. To be honest, we spoke about Lobster, we ended up started speaking about Ralphie. It was time for every player from Autobots to step up, and now that Pro's done it, it feels like now Autobots feels won, right? Otherwise, without this, it felt like, hey, okay, Lobster found finishes in this game. Okay, next one, Ralphie found finishes. But where are the other 2 players? Finally stepping up, they give an opportunity to their team to get closer to the chicken dinner. Did not grab it. Mind you, it was 8-bit who had the number in terms of the amount of players, the way they fought in the final stretch. But along with going all out, you see the best companion, it has to go to Hirsch. He tried his best to revive his teammates at all times. But the last blow which came in for the chicken dinner was from IQOO 8-bit's Raiden. And you could see how well Raiden was playing on the ridge, Arka, because he knew if he overpeaked, he would be the one instantly knocked because of that headshot angle. And he waited for his teammate to cross over the ridge from the other angle, and then both of them started shooting him with the molly dropped in between.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I couldn't have broken that better, but I'm waiting to see, right? I'm excited for the next game. I'm not at all bothered as to what has happened so far, because the overall standing will give us a clearer picture. But yes, Autobots, since they have done a crazy job of getting 17 finishes, something which God's Reign have done in the previous maps, they got 23 points in total. Autobots, they've got 16 in total. True Rippers as well. They're still sticking to that consistency. And finally, we're able to see that Team Tamilas make it into the top 3.
Yeah, I think something of a shield was on Poco in Miramar, and at so many times attempted shots were all completely denied on IQOO Team Tamilas, and it gave them an extension. And eventually even Beard Baba held off his angle against Welt, and you can see because of which Welt are with only a single finish and at the 13th spot, where they were at the start of the day the probable contenders as well. Victorious Summers, they are close to that podium spots. Let's see if they can push even further. Only 6 points as of now. God's Reign as well should have been a double-digit match for them, but only 6. FS with 5, Versatile with 4, only bases their finishes. Revenant XSPARK, unfortunate in terms of their position, their play, and the fights that they were indulged in. Only 3 in their name. Cincinnati Kids, who I thought could actually break nerves for a lot of teams, but ended up only getting 3 finishes. Let's talk about the match summary. We already spoke about the MVP. Following that suit is going to be Arib. This is I think one of the few times that we are seeing Autobots players' name replicated in so many of the match summary rows. That tells us that Autobots might be finally building to what we had expected at the start of day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I still feel that Team Tamilas have a lot up their sleeves. They can still make a comeback out here. Probably they can concentrate on trying to survive for the longest time possible. Since finally we have got Poco back, this time I feel that, Dragon or Rico can somehow build up momentum, try to get few frags, try to replicate what either Pro did in the previous game. Autobots, Yes, 17 finishes is not something too big, but yes, it was good enough.
Let's see if somebody else can topple it. We've seen an 18 finish game, a 17 finish game. It's soaring even further in the last 3 that we have. The game's coming to its conclusion, its pinnacle, and every individual player is on bang point. We spoke about Beard Baba, as you can see, best contribution at 83% for his team, the position around the wooden shack, Fury as well. There was one instance where I think it all could have worked out for Victoris SUMUS as well to get their chicken dinner, but Fury, while his teammates were getting knocked, Fury had an angle, he could have taken them down, but because AUTOBOTZ players were running up and down the hill, he couldn't land his shots and the blows did not work out. Let's jump into the overall standings. And here you can still see that IQOOSOUL, after grabbing those 2 points to get to 139, they grab another 2 points and that's all they do on Miramar. They go to 141, but the difference now closing. INFINIX True Rippers, if they had an opportunity to survive a little more, Arka, 9 points is all they need to activate Smash Rule. But before they activate the Smash Rule, there's IQOOSOUL still with Smash Rule active as we are heading towards ERANGEL, their successful maps.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I still feel that IQOOSOUL, they might have to work a bit more harder than what they've done all this time, because slowly and steadily, their rotations have been challenged. If somebody puts them down, everybody are intrigued to put them down. So obviously, it becomes a bit more hard for them to avoid fights. Yes, eventually, if they go back to their true form of trying to finish fights, immediately picking up finishes and then heading forward, I think that would be a better approach. But we all know that once somebody reaches them on the finish field, they'll be like, you know what, it's time for us to head there. Probably we'll also be rewarded with points and also open gates for ourselves to make it into the next round. But looking at the second half of the table, this is where some concerns lie, especially for K9, Cincinnati Kids and Team Tamilas. All these teams who had such good firepower have been restricted badly. I know that K9 have still got it. If they get a chicken dinner, they can make it into the top 8. But a team with a power pack lineup, I feel that they're still falling short.
Maybe it could be them still figuring out with JD coming into play the best way to move forward, because I think we've seen this as well, right, Arka, from K9, that in the last 2 games it's been Slug and JD's been on a different approach. And in the earlier games we saw JD as the MVP and Slug was taken a little bit of a backseat. So I think they're just experimenting a lot of things, because of which maybe we are not seeing K9 at its fullest potential. Maybe the transfer window also at their I would say very near calendars getting closed is what their concern is, if they're ready for the 2026 to come through. And if that is a cause of concern, maybe this is their way to go for. AUTOBOTZ on the other end, I think the 63 finish game that they were able to close, or as a total of 63 finishes that they were able to close with the Miramar going on, if they also stand a chance for a chicken dinner, maybe they could make their way towards the top 8 maybe. Because again, when you now talk in terms of the positions or in the overall standings, Arka, prize pool comes into play, because that's where you have to get yourself into the top 8 to grab a share of the prize pool.
Everybody will be interested to do that, right? But for most of those people watching out there, we all know what happens in a map of ERANGEL. It's either IQOOSOUL dominating or the others trying to make sure they rewrite history to become the next favorite team to qualify into the Smash Rule. Yes, True Rippers are just 9 points shy from activating the Smash Rule. That means IQOOSOUL have got 2 games in their hand. God's Reign have got around 20 points to do the same as well. That means again, it all comes down to IQOOSOUL's performance in this specific game. I know True Rippers and God's Reign, both of them have a lot in hand when it comes to, you know, being consistent, because it's not just one game. As soon as one game is done, even they start to come under pressure. It's just that 2-3 teams under pressure, the best amongst them might end up with a chicken dinner, and that, you know, opens the gate for IQOOSOUL as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. In case if there is an opportunity that the teams start fighting out really hard, trying to get to the tabletop, and then IQOOSOUL strike right, because we were discussing right before we were coming back on desk that their approach in terms of how they are playing compared to the starting of the day towards how it's been played on Miramar, it's changed to completely edge to edge. They had a little bit of a misstep, if you would want to call it so, because on one end there was FS, on the other end there was another team guarding. They had nowhere else to go, so they had to enter into the circle. A forced approach, if you would want to put it in that manner. And once they did, AUTOBOTZ started shooting at them, FS started shooting at them. So maybe that chicken dinner did not happen as of now, but as you put into place, they have 2 games in comparison to any other team getting closer to the smash rule. So they are still safe and sound. The buffer is still there. So a lot at stake, yes, for IQOOSOUL and their fans. The dry spell for 2025 might end here. But who's to say things could change? Because as of now, this day, I can hands down say nothing that we saw on day 1 and day 2 is happening on day 3.
I strongly feel that, it's not just 1 or 2 games of buffer. They've got 3 games in hand. Either they try to get that chicken dinner or they don't allow the team below them to get that chicken dinner. It's either of the two. We were speaking about, True Rippers reaching that smash rule, and then IQOOSOUL have got 2 games. But I strongly feel that it's still one and the same. So let's see what happens in the upcoming game of ERANGEL. But for now, I'm also intrigued to see what the other teams are looking at, because REVENANT XSPARK, they're at 101 points. Victoria SUMUS has 113. We have seen WELT are almost reaching the 100 marker. So all these teams, just in case, they do some magic in the lobby, like get a 20-point chicken dinner, or a 20 finish chicken dinner, or a 25 finish chicken dinner. I know it's not possible, but still, if they are able to pull that off, then I do believe that they also come so close to activating the champion rush that things can be interesting in the rest 2 games.
Man, on our screens, both of these, on one end, one getting up to see if he could take the MVP title away, because in the previous few fights, Goblin has not found all the value, but on the other end, the IG are looking forward to how can he secure a chicken dinner. Omega, all smiles. Feels camera shy, but this man is nowhere close to being camera shy. He's just enacting for the reason that the camera's on him. Similar things that Hector also does. He just pinpoints on Simp and he says the camera's on. And then Simp is like, okay, I know. And somehow it seems like that, and you can see Hector.
Please don't make it obvious, guys. Nevertheless, the shy ones are the ones who gives a lot of drama into the game, and I'm hoping to see that, Omega and Simp, in case they stand up, the story can be different. We can see all the players are all getting ready for the next map. It's going to be the map of ERANGEL, ladies and gentlemen. Do let us know in the chat who could be getting that winner chicken dinner. But these are the times when masterminds come into play. And that is why Somraj is like, you know what? We have got nothing to lose. So let's try to pull off a miracle. And Neo,
nothing to lose, everything to win for. He's like, guys, game started. He's riling them up, telling game started, guys. This is nice to see. This is the best, and this is why we tell, and whenever there's a LAN happening, you should get down, go there, watch it, feel the atmosphere, because even when these camps, and the reason why Hector and all the other individuals were getting a little hyped, Arka as well, for our viewers, in case you did not kind of get the gauge of it, the fans down at the LAN, they're cheering for them as soon as the camera is pointed on them, and they're like immediately, oh, okay, hi guys, I'm on the cam. So when that happens, it's really fun to see this from every player. But the team who got 17 finishes, I think that's the second highest we've seen so far, and we just saw AUTOBOTZ on cam.
Absolutely well prepared, a good mindset. They know that they can do that once again, but how long will it take for them to reach to the top? All of these questions are going to be answered soon. Yes, this is the moment where teams will look forward to get a chicken dinner on a very big note, so that they can also have a piece of the pie. The pie here is the prize pool, the big chunk of that prize pool. But ladies and gentlemen, we are now heading into the map of ERANGEL. Will this be the map where IQOOSOUL seal their championship, or is the map where we can see another smash roll coming into activation from another team?
Is it gonna happen? Let's unfold as the flight path starts just above Noor Epnoi, around the main island of ERANGEL, and ends all the way at Severny. a big issue for teams if it happens, who would want to head over to its Ferry Pier, Primorsk, Inquiry, and I see the major issues for maybe teams like WELT, maybe Cincinnati Kids, and WELT. I don't know what has happened from Game 3 onwards. It seems like there's been a little bit of a downfall at their end. And maybe they find a different approach this time. The most happiest are going to be Godzin as well as Jelly's team of INFINIX True Rippers. And True Rippers, they are the closest to getting to the smash rule. But they still have something hovering over their mind, is making sure IQOOSOUL don't get closer to a chicken dinner.
Yep, the flight path. I somewhere feel that, the circle is just going to have a different tale to say. I don't know why I have this feeling. Until now, we have seen the flight path kind of inclining away from the circle, right? Or rather, I would say the circle was kind of inclining away from the flight path. If that continues to do so and goes towards the quarry region, for the first time, Team Tamilas are going to be happy. Or, this is what I wanted to bring into the picture. If it goes to the military base region, then True Rippers and God's Reign, they look forward for a big game because they know if they activate the champion rush, they're not as much under pressure as that of IQOOSOUL.
One team needs 9 points to activate Smash Rule. On the other end, God's Reign need 20 points. The boost stamina points has soared the score to 139 in total to get to the Smash Days smashing opportunity. Who grabs it is the question. For now, seems like Cincinnati Kids, they have alternated their drop and they've gone all the way towards Zarki. Maybe we end up seeing them in VASISTA. VASISTA, another team who should have had an opportunity to grab this trophy as we've been talking about them, Arka, right? The defenders, in case if you want to see the trophy of all the tournaments that's been organized by Sky Esports, they've been on the winning streak.
Yeah.
But here it seems like VASISTA lost their footing on day 2.
Absolutely. Not just day 2. I think it's even in day 1, the start they kind of had was not going in their favor. Yes, they did end it on a good note, but it all comes down to being consistent, and that is where they failed. For now, I'm intrigued to see whether IQOOSOUL is going in for an early rotation, because since the circle has gone down south, somebody or the other will have to be, quick in their rotation, make sure they have a bridge camp, or rather go into the other side and try to play for a chicken dinner. And with a similar tale, I'm able to see that Team Tamilas are interested to take a fight with AUTOBOTZ. Are they trying to return a favor for the previous game?
Maybe. I mean, AUTOBOTZ have also changed their position. I thought they would end up somewhere around Giorgio, because that's been a long-standing clash in CEGC between VASISTA and AUTOBOTZ, but this time because of the flight path and them also understanding that maybe teams could cluster out, or maybe they might have difficulty in traveling and VASISTA could pick up free finishes, they decide an alternative. But even Team Tamilas, who we thought could pick up a fight, have actually strayed away from them. Maybe prioritizing the circle, but while they're doing it, REVENANT XSPARK are also close to them, so there could be a clash. They dodge one, they enter into another fight.
Now look at what VXT are doing. They're playing mind games here. 2 players from the other side and 2 players from the military base region. Both of them, they're just going to wait. They're going to witness a lot of fights taking place at the bridge region, try to attack from 2 different directions and then pick up fights. But for now, we see that Flock lands one perfectly. And it's just going to stop K9 in their tracks. He's waiting for an opportunity. He knows that, they might either go for a revival or they might come into attacking from a different direction. Yes, there comes a jump block. In case he had that shotgun, he could have landed better, but because of that, he's going to be knocked out. That gives an opening. CK, they come in closer, but Ash, he's also coming out in the open. Adi, the last man standing. Can K9 clutch this out?
K9 have to, whereas Noddy is the last one. A nade chips off half of his health. A molly right behind Omega, so he cannot back off. He has to get into the compound. Look at what instantly K9 are doing, reviving their players. Noddy, he has to strike now, but I don't think he has enough throwables to do anything. Gets a nade tossed on him. But while that's continuing, Team Tamilas and REVENANT XSPARK, this is what we spoke about. Well, Team Tamilas thought they dodged from AUTOBOTZ. It is REVENANT XSPARK they've met. And Team Tamilas, while they are suffering a couple of losses, an entire team loses their footing here on ERANGEL, and that's Cincinnati Kids.
Again, Team Tamilas undergoing the same fate. I don't know what's happening with them. They're left out with Beard Baba, the last man to breathe, who is just going to fall back and try to play for possession points. Cincinnati kids, they get extinguished from the lobby, right? And that means the chances of them making a comeback or getting into the top 8 seems to be bleak from here on. Whereas Revenant XSPARK, I'm kind of interested to see whether they'll be able to pull off a chicken dinner, Sam, because Revenant XSPARK, from that time, they're trying to get into the top 3. They've been missing it out. They come to the top 5, they go to top 4, and then again they fall back. Lack of consistency. But again, in this game, if they get a big game, a big chicken dinner, I believe that, you know, they'll also push forward in the map of Miramar to make sure they activate the, you know, smash rule, and probably after that they'll look forward for a chicken dinner.
They have to expect for a big one. They started off big, picking off players from Team Tamilas, 3 finishes already in their name. IQOO 8-bit, thoughts about having military base control at the shores. NONX entered right from the main island towards the military base, did not take the bridge, had the hovercraft and just travelled across. 8-bit took a complete shift in terms of rotation, went all the way around, dodged everybody's eyes, and then took the hovercraft, entered from the southern shores of military base. Interesting footing. You spoke about Versatile's position, right? To dodge that itself, teams are trying to take this approach, it feels like. And if it works out, Versatile, who are trying to camp the bridge, completely falls flat.
Soul, it seems like they were looking forward for an early rotation. They come to the shorelines toward the Ferry Pier region, and suddenly they come to a, you know, stop still. And I don't understand why.
Do you think, I mean, looking at the map, right? It's a 50-50 situation that it could go to military base or it could come back to the main island.
High chances of heading towards the military base region, according to me. The reason being simple, because most of the islands of military bases are over here. Yes, the second circle usually gives us a clear idea as to where it's going to take that drastic shift. But when we have seen circle like this happen before, it's always been favoring the military base region. True. And that's why we see most of the IGLs have already gone in for that rotation. VXT, let it be GDR, let it be 8-bit, NONX, True Rippers, the early rotators, even they tend to stick to the military base region. But yes, I know that you always try to think out of the box. In case the circle betrays all of them and goes into the mainland, I am 100% sure that I can see IQOOSOUL dancing inside the house.
Again, another 50-50. Half and half, it does.
It's still going to keep all the IGLs at the tip of their toe, right? And that's what I like the most about such circles. True Rippers, they'll try to again go in for a bridge camp and also try to spread around a bit more around the bridge region to make sure that they can, you know, do some fishing, because a lot of these players would want to swim their way across.
Talking about swimming, VASISTA Esports, they have to first drive a long distance to even get closer to the circle that shifted. They're 3,000 plus meters away from it. But one good thing that could come out of it is that they will be the latest entrance to the circle and they could let every other team get closer. The only problem that would strike again when we started the discussion about where the final circles would be in case they're kept out of it, the bridges become a point of camping. VASISTA Esports will have to suffer. They will have not much of a chance. Whereas GDR, this should be their chicken dinner. This should be the game that should convert in a high manner. They need 20 points. Their concentration should be on that. Whether any other team gets a chicken dinner or True Rippers enable another 9 points and grab their smash rule, it should be God's Reign trying to incline their team towards the chicken dinner, towards another opportunity to see if they have a trophy.
So far, God's Reign have always won those tournaments where they have felt like, you know, they might not win. Legit, trying to do something different over here. They're going to carry the car in that boat to make it across. But the sad part is, there could be teams on the other side. Have they got enough first aids to tank the blue as well? And this is, you know, this is an art in the making. Trust me when I say this. I've tried this in the game. And this is what happens. Oh my goodness. You just make sure that a bit of that vehicle should always be on the boat. you need to be on a straight path as well. If it just takes a bit of a right or a left turn, the car falls.
Tried his best, maneuvered it as much as possible, but I think first they thought they'll go on the extreme edges of the shores, but they saw a clear opening, and I think that's when they took a turn towards the left. But that's okay. They will still make it across. Use their bicycles. Look forward to vehicles if possible with this. It's going to be a tough task, but imagine a team who has Smash Roll active, Arka, are traveling on bicycles to see if they have an opportunity to secure a chicken dinner here in ERANGEL. And what a sight this is. I mean, I did not expect we would end up in a game with a trophy at stake and moves like this.
This is why I used to love the Smash Rule. You know, every single time I've seen tournaments bring in Smash Rule, I've always watched to see those teams who look like they're going to dominate the tournament at the nth moment. As soon as they activate the Smash Rule, they play as if they just want 2-3 points. They just want to survive until the final circles. They come under immense pressure. More pressure than the team at the very bottom of the table. And this time, since they've opted for a late rotation, this is the circle where they'll have to, you know, make sure that they enter inside, because it's going to tank so much damage that it becomes so hard for them to make it into the next few circles, and it's also it's also going to be very crowded as well.
Yeah, we're talking about the circle in case it comes back to the main island. It's not been the case, it's moved away. But now, as you said, it is going to be a cluster. It is going to be a very popular circle, because all the teams will start pushing in their edges to enter into the military base, and there's a fight that already breaks out. AUTOBOTZ, they are fighting with a different team, and SUMUS have heard it. One of their players, Knock, will be revived, but it seems like the confirmation's coming through, and that's SUMUS. The player who was about to get a revive ends up losing more players in the compound, while his teammate is trying to cover for it, and Ralphie is not close to help out. Pro will try to buy as much as time as possible, but SUMUS are closing the gap. They're covering ground and getting closer, and AUTOBOTZ, after a big splurge of a chicken dinner that they had, it could come down to fault, but Mafia, he goes down. So Oasis, he's there a little too late. Maybe he spots the player, has to jiggle, but missed his opportunity going around the sandbags. Finally, Lobster put to rest, but Fury, he's the last man standing.
Fury has a lot of responsibility up his sleeves, up his shoulder, because now he'll not only have to defend his territory, but also will have to make sure that he revives his teammates. The defense is out of the picture. Now he's looking forward to get those finishes so that every point is going to count. But from a distance, a blessing in disguise comes this time, where he's able to point out that final player, put him down and finish the team. But Fury, the last man standing with just 4 points, SUMUS, are they looking forward to just make sure that they stay in the top 5? Or are they interested to get a podium for themselves?
These fights are going to get heavier now. K9 on REVENANT, XSPARK, Goten down. Slug cooking up another nade, throwing it towards Punk. But I think he's in the compound. But on the other end, look at what's happening. Pain is just delivering blows one after another. The entire team inside the compound's been knocked. And now it's up to Slug. Well, he's trying to take away the finish. The rush coming in from Pain. He's looking forward to taking him down. But the knocks delivered. But finally, Trace hacks him from behind and gets this finish and saves IQOO REVENANT XSPARK.
Now, this was closely watched by FS, right? And they'll be interested to come in and have a piece of this pie. They see that corner, but they don't realize where the players are. Punk on the other side tries to overextend and tries to put one player down of FS, and he's got to be punished ruthlessly. Trace God on the other side. First, he'll have to heal himself, tackle FS, and then go in for a revival. And I don't think so it's going to be an easy job, because Silopi is just looking around left, right. He knows that there might be a player either behind this or inside it. He comes out in the open, and all he's going to do is give away his finish to FS.
3 finishes in total. FS, they timed the fight perfectly, but there is still a long way to go. They have to cross the bridge, and waiting at the bridge end is going to be INFINIX True Rippers. BLITZ on the other end, who they did make it into the circle. The circle makes another shift towards the southern western. We spoke about IQOOSOUL. They seem like they've already gotten a spot to be safe and sound, but they're so close to Versatile. They're close to ONEPLUS God's Reign. BLITZ on the other end. IQOO 8-bit, who got the chicken dinner. so much to go for. FS in the meantime, before they enter, they spot another enemy, and that's going to be the last survivor, and he'll also be cleared. And FS are raking up on points one after another before getting into the circle itself.
Now this is where IQOOSOUL, they're going to be happy as long as everybody else gets finished off and they survive until the final circle. Their hope to become the champions becomes brighter. Two Rippers, they've got 130 points so far. And they're just hoping that a few of these players walk into their crosshair. And finally, for their long-awaited bridge block, they find one team coming through. Are they going to strike and get those early 4 points? Yes, it seems like Silopi is the first person to get knocked out. Roman goes down as well. And following up closely is going to be another player. But let's see whether the confirmations will come through.
Slam in, and they have to withhold it, and thankful Goblin is going to be on the other end, but he's also been spotted from the window. He has to hold it off and somehow will dodge it, loses half of his health, but thankful that the teammates were covering. And IQOOSOUL, all 4 players still surviving, still standing. We are down to the last 8 teams here on the map of ERANGEL. NONX, they pick off 1 player from FS. Numbers dwindling as we are coming to the last few battles here on ERANGEL. This is going to be the most crucial game. God's Reign busy with a battle against BLITZ, and God's Reign, they need 20 points as we spoke about. Can they find? That's the big question.
IQOOSOUL couldn't have asked for a better circle if you ask me. They've got a very strong footing inside this. They've got 2 hard compounds to defend. And all they'll hope for is to make sure that the other teams or the circle doesn't favor any other team furthermore. But yes, Joker is busy picking up frags, making sure that, you know, the number keeps increasing between themselves and the team below them. True Rippers on the other side, they've reached 132 points, 7 shy of activating the smash rule. As BLITZ Servar, the last man standing. What a run BLITZ had in the previous game, but in this game, Sam, they're just being decimated.
Positions, this military base has forced all the teams to go into unlikely spots that they're unfamiliar from fighting in. And GDR, this is their home ground. They'll be the most happiest. The circle shifts. What is happening? It seems like this is written in their name. It shifts in their own favor. IQOOSOUL have a big advantage. They cannot lose it from here. While teams are trying to get to the smash rule, IQOOSOUL, who have already enabled it, are now again another step closer because of the circle itself. 3 finishes in name. They're still increasing the distance. Even in case this goes to game 6, they're still not afraid of anything. As of now, I think anxiety could be also very high as they're trying to do their best.
IQOOSOUL still gonna thank their stars. What a position they're holding right now. If they just peek out of their location, get to a bit of a high ground, they're gonna have a bird's eye view. And that's gonna be more than enough for them to decide which fight to take next. But yes, on the other side, we can see the True Rippers. They're kind of trapped outside the circle. They'll have to go for a wilder rotation. And for which they might end up either clashing with 8-bit, or rather, you know, they take that deeper rotation and come and face off IQOOSOUL.
TR, they need points, and it is not in double digits, but now IQOO 8-bit, they've decided to smack them down, put them down, take for a fight, and it seems like True Rippers, they're losing numbers. Jelly and Hirsch trying to hold this off, but 8-bit, they're ready for it. Smokes deployed, a couple of gaps in between. Jelly, only thing that he can do is crawl. He's waiting for his teammate Hydro. Jelly, 4 more nades, but 1 toss towards him. He gets closer to losing half of his health. He sends one right towards his opponent. But Jelly is not safe and sound, Arka. He's open and free for fight in all directions from different teams.
Now that is why he has told his teammates to pick up the vehicle and get away from this position. A very clever one. But for some reason, Hydro says, I can pick you up. Just come closer to me. And that is where Jelly, he falls back from a fight yet again. I know it's not a far distance, right? They can still come into the crosshairs of 8-bit. But True Rippers, they can go back to the same path they've now traveled. Make sure they get deep into the circle, because there are a lot of bridges and high grounds from where they can take fights.
TR need this game. They need this map. They cannot close this game without reaching smash rule. They cannot enable somebody else taking advantage. And look at it, Jelly. He takes down the opening. IGL versus IGL, but now a counter knock on Jelly. Harsh is close. He has to try and help, but Sarang is pushing on the other front. Hydro might be a little too late in the vehicle, and now it's all up to Harsh with Raiden spraying through the smoke to confirm the finish. Harsh on a 1v1 tries his best, but Sarang, he drops down, prones and finds, but it's not yet done for 8-bit. They did secure on TR, and TR will not get their smash rule enabled, but 8-bit's difficulties still keep going further with NONX, a fight that they instantly jump for. But look at Soul as well. They've decided they want to put an end to it all now because they have an opportunity.
Now this is where the circle control is going to be so much more important. The topography control, which I keep speaking about, that is what Soul needs at this point of time. They know that nobody's going to backstab them. They've counted the number of players alive, and they've realized most of them are in front of them. Look at that split as well. We can see in the minimap only 2 players of Soul are outside of the circle, where the rest 2 are inside. Nakul, as I said, has got a beautiful hold in this circle. Yes, they can climb a little more higher from where Legit is right now, or rather I would say from where Nakul is right now, and get a bit of a high ground as well. And from there, they can continue the domination, seal the deal, and get themselves that chicken dinner.
Down to the last 4 teams, and all the 4 teams have their 4 players surviving. NONX with 3 finishes, God's Reign with 5 finishes, Versatile with 2, and Soul with 4 finishes. Out of which only 3 teams are inside the circle: Soul, Versatile, as well as God's Reign. Now NONX, they could be the wrench in the works. They could be the ones who could ruin games for any team. But what do they do? Do they move towards IQOOSOUL? Do they move towards ONEPLUS God's Reign? Because they have to play on the outer extremities, and they're moving towards God's Reign. And there's the opening. It's going to be against NONX. They lose a player, maybe more. They find one counter knock, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Viper, he'll also be cleared, and with that, NONX within the blink of an eye are going to be swept off ERANGEL. 8 finishes in total for God's Reign in this last and final fight.
8 finishes, still breathing. They know the importance of getting this chicken dinner, but whereas on the other side, a lot of people will be wanting IQOOSOUL to close the deal here. VXT, we saw how Somraj was telling his team that we need to be more composed. There were some thoughts of wisdom which was passed over, and it seems like it's entered the skulls of his players. And that's why we see them still holding on to their horses. They've got hard compounds under their control, but the only thing they lack probably is now the knowledge that IQOOSOUL still survives. And also a high ground advantage, which is so much more important.
They have a really good position to secure a chicken dinner from the circle's edge. They have control of, and you can see the line of strength that they've created between the 4. They've made sure no flanks coming in, nobody ready to climb up the hill, and in case somebody does, they retaliate with bullets. On the other end, it has to be God's Reign. Out of these 3 teams, God's Reign are also in contention to get to the smash rule. One team looking forward to closing it with the chicken dinner and become the champions. Another team have nothing to lose, everything to gain, get to the top 8, maybe if possible a podium. But the opening blow, that's been found. Can they extend it?
Every IGL will be giving one call: do not get knocked at this point of time. Let's wait for the next circle. In case it favors us, that is when we start to pop things off. Do not get knocked out at this point of time. God's Reign, one player was knocked, but immediately goes in for a revival. VXT on the other side, they find a knock against... Oh, it's God's Reign who find a knock against VXT. So that means now could be the time where we decide which among these teams are going to get the circle. But the circle says, I'm going to step away from every single team. Joker and Nakula are the only 2 who've got a bit of a circle in their favor. Somraj as well, the hard compound is still with him. But look at that. Joker lands one against Neo, making things hard for God's Reign to make it inside the circle.
The circle is deciding to lay the land flat, evening the game up for all the teams. Before this, IQOOSOUL did have a little bit of an advantage. But Goblin, he's making a move. He's so close right now, and it could become a situation. But in the meantime, even God's Reign, they've decided to close the gap. And Versatile and God's Reign should be the fight that should start. And IQOOSOUL will try to buy some time while this starts off.
God's Reign, all four men standing. VXT, all four men standing. But according to me, VXT are in deep trouble. Because Neo, he can climb up that hill, get that bird's eye view against VXT. Soul, they know that all four players are inside the circle, so they don't have to worry about anything. So VXT, not only will they have to make it inside the circle, but all three players should make sure they get inside one single compound. Joker is on a big disadvantage because no healings, no first aids, no boosters whatsoever. So he's going to be the risk taker for the team for now.
Informer, he has to give information in terms of what's happening in case he has an opening. Deal a lot in terms of damage. Right now, exchanging blows is God's Reign and Versatile. God's Reign have decided they do not want to worry about their right flank. They're only inclined to take the team right in front of them. But what is Joker doing? Helping God's Reign out. And maybe can he grab that finish? Yes, he steals it under the noses of God's Reign.
Oh my god, look
what
at the HP of Joker, Knuckle and Goblin right here. Goblin, no first aid.
All of them,
very low on HP. Knuckle,
they don't have first aids.
Nobody's got a first aid. Now this could be a game changer. That late rotation kind of is backfiring. Yes, I did see either Knuckle or someone go in for a heal. Yes, there it is. Legit hands over something to Knuckle and he's able to heal himself. But Goblin, he needs one very badly.
Goblin. He's also up for the MVP contender. If he scores finishes in this game, he could take upon Hydro. I think as of now, it's Hydro. Long game. You can see how this final fight of stage 8 is. 30 seconds on the clock. After that, the play zone will start shrinking and we will be in stage 9 where it is only the zone, no circle, and these three teams with only one team who's lost the player, and that's going to be Versatile. Versatile do not want to give this opportunity for IQOOSOUL, but IQOOSOUL's positioning so good. They know Joker is going to try and do a lot more damage. He's already grabbed a finish. His position is known, but he's hiding inside the tower because of which they're unable to shoot, and the distance, they cannot throw anything.
You know, one player from IQOOSOUL needs to go flat on his belly and try to creep in behind God's Reign. That's very important for them right now if they need that chicken dinner. Because God's Reign, they've got a lot of utility to work around with. They've got first aids. They've got, you know, I think they are the team who have got everything in their hand. Goblin gets knocked out. Smoker gives that opening. Could this be the game for VXT to throw, to weaken the side of IQOOSOUL before they do that? Joker retaliates. Tomrad still puts him down. IQOOSOUL have now come down to 2 players. A beautiful grenade being tossed in from the side of Legit. But yes, a 2v4 situation. Goblin is getting revived, but God's Reign know that this is important for them to strike. They get in closer with a lot of information. But that hovercraft, inside that comes out a player. He's going to get knocked out.
What?
And this time, things can be a little bit different. He's bought in a lot of utilities for IQOOSOUL. Can they pick it up? Another rush comes in over here. But he's going to be spotted as well. Legit tries to spray down. I don't think so. It's going to be a cakewalk for the side of God's Reign.
Knuckle and Legit, they're the ones trying to help the team out, and Knuckle finds another knock. It's brought down to a 2v2 situation while even a revive is being thought of. And God's Reign, are they losing out on this chicken dinner, an opportunity? And if IQOOSOUL secure this, they are going to be the champions. They are fighting for this. They're fending it off. The revive's been done. Goblin is back up. Another one, an opening with Justin's confirmation and Aquanox's knock. It's only Neo, the newest leader for God's Reign, position compromised, and it seems like this is a chicken dinner that nobody can snatch from IQOOSOUL. They're trying, they're pushing. It's Knuckle and Legit again, the two people who exchanged the IGLs in between during the semi-finals, the LCQs, and now in the grand finals, ready to wage a war. Neo confirms another knock, but it is on the player who's weak, and that was a bait, and with that IQOOSOUL secure it. They smashed this day 3, they smashed the smash rule, and they smashed their way into a trophy.
The new champions, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be IQOOSOUL. What a performance it has been so far. If not for day 3, throughout the tournament, they had only one thing in mind, and that is domination. What a way for them to end the year 2025. The last LAN, and they lift up the trophy. Especially, it is how Knuckle has led this team. A lot of questions were raised against his IGLing. A lot of questions was raised against Goblin's form, and everything falls in place by the end of 2025. And with this, Let me remind you, by the end of this month, all these teams will have to make sure that they lock in their players for the next 6 months.
And rightfully so. It seems like 2026 has something big.
IQOOSOUL, they're gonna relish it for a long time. Ayogi, a proud coach, watching all of these players out there. But the host is waiting, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head to the stage.
All right, let's hear it for our champions, IQOOSOUL. Congratulations, boys. You have won the championship title of the inaugural season of CEGC 2025. You also take home a lion's share of $50,000 and icing on the cake. They have managed to break the jinx of always coming second in all of Sky Esports tournaments. So once again, let's hear it for IQOOSOUL. Oh, what a day it has been. Started off strong in #1 position. Congratulations one more time. You know, you guys started off with being at the top of the leaderboard, which is a great position to be in. But then going into the game itself, the first 3 matches, you guys were eliminated very quickly. The other teams targeted you. How much of a pressure did you feel in those first 3 games?
लाइक फर्स्ट 3 गेम्स हमने खुद का गेम नहीं खेला, दूसरों को ज़्यादा सोच के खेला, तो मेरे ख्याल से प्रेशर तो नहीं था हम पे, बट यही था, हम आइडियल खेलने गए 4th मैच में एंड हमने चिकन निकाला और जीत गए.
Alright, but in the 4th match you guys came back with a bang. पहले तो आपने डिफेंस खेला, उसके बाद बहुत सारी स्ट्रैटेजीज एम्प्लॉय किया, हमने देखा बोट यूज़ किया, साइकिल यूज़ किया. ये सब प्लान करके आए क्या जब वो ब्रेक मिला था आपको?
प्लानिंग की थी जोन की, बट ये प्लान नहीं था, बट सडन प्लान बना और एग्जीक्यूट हो गया.
Improvise kiya and it worked wonders for you. Goblin, I want to have a quick chat with you. I think Chennai is lucky for you. Ever since you've come here, you've done phenomenally well. How's your experience been?
I'm shaking right now. I don't know. मतलब मेरा first LAN बना and I'm so fucking happy right now. मतलब
It's alright. It's alright. Go on. Go on. That's okay. Come back. Come back. Goblin, we're still talking to you. आ जाइए. अच्छा हाँ. तो मैं क्या आपसे पूछने वाली कि स्काई स्पोर्ट्स टूर्नामेंट्स में आप हमेशा सेकंड आए हो, पहली बार टॉप पोजीशन अटेन किए, कितना खुश हो आप अभी?
I don't have words, to be honest. I'm very happy right now. Thank you so much all of you for supporting me. Love you all, yaar. Love you all. Love you guys.
Wonderful. Back to the in-game leader. If we can chat with you, anything that you'd like to tell all your fans? I think you have a huge fan base and they've been supporting you, be the people here, be the people tuning in remotely. Anything that you'd like to tell them?
फैंस के लिए मैं जितना बोलूँ उतना कम है. उन्होंने स्टार्टिंग से हमें सपोर्ट किया है, हमेशा से प्यार दिया है, तो उनके लिए ट्रॉफी.
अच्छा, all right. And what about aspiring professional gamers? उनके लिए एक मैसेज आपके तरफ से.
लाइक यही बोलूँगा कि ग्राइंड करो और फोकस के साथ ग्राइंड करो, अच्छे से बेस्ट दो अपना हर एक गेम में. माइंडसेट प्रॉपर एकदम पॉजिटिव रखो, मैचेस से पहले भी मैचेस के टाइम भी तुम अच्छा करोगे.
All right, thank you so much for chatting with us once again. Let's hear it for the CEGC 2025 inaugural champions, IQOOSOUL. Wonderful, guys. I know you're all waiting to grab that trophy, but you're going to have to wait a little longer. Because we're going to have a proper presentation ceremony in a short while. We have a very, very special guest joining us. I want to request you all to stay tuned. We will be back soon. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. Thank you.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊடட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Porter Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும். லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல பிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான். ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்.
Red Bull gives you wings.